Es miércoles, llegamos a la mitad de la semana. Espero que estén a toda máquina, mis estimados. Bienvenidos a esta edición de Nadie Me Preguntó, donde después vamos a brincar también al casino de tu tío Salo para analizar los precios de todo. Pero como siempre, antes tenemos que platicar de las cosas más divertidas de este mercado, ¿no? Que son las excelentes narrativas. El título de este video es ¿qué hay detrás de lo que llaman la burbuja de la inteligencia artificial? ¿Por qué? Porque todo Paco bien entrenado, y una vez más, lo hemos platicado mil veces, tiene una responsabilidad social. La responsabilidad social de pasarte todo el conocimiento que ellos han adquirido en instituciones que les dan este conocimiento para que claramente puedan volverse architrillonarios. O tal vez para confundirlos. Puede que sea eso. Quiero preguntarte a ti, cuando todo Paco, ¿no? Porque imagínate lo inteligentes que son. Están viendo que literalmente estas empresas están subiendo de valor todo el tiempo, las empresas que tienen que ver con la inteligencia artificial. Y están viéndolo y están viendo que estas empresas de inteligencia artificial se están dando dinero entre ellas que no tienen. Imagínate, toda esta gente que es súper observadora y que piensa críticamente, por supuesto, se está dando cuenta de estas cosas. Dime para ti, ¿por qué todo el tiempo te hablan de la burbuja de inteligencia artificial? Y ahora tenemos que entender algo. Desde que te han dicho de la burbuja de inteligencia artificial, todo lo que tiene que ver con inteligencia artificial ha subido en la bolsa. Todo, todo. La bolsa en sí no está arriba. Puede que los tres índices grandes estén arriba y que las 7 magníficas y todo lo relacionado a inteligencia artificial. Todo lo demás, invertiste en medicinas, invertiste en cualquier otro campo, estás en la mierda. Obviamente energía en este momento está teniendo su momento, pero dime, ¿qué quiere decir esto? ¿Por qué crees que toda esta gente se está dando cuenta de algo tan difícil de poder ver? ¿No? Porque me imagino que es muy difícil. Y también, ¿por qué lo comparan con la burbuja del 2000? Como cuando, por ejemplo, te ponen el ejemplo de Cisco, de que Cisco en el 2000, todo el mundo creyó que el Internet iba a correr a través de Cisco, ¿no? Y después resultó que Cisco cayó y cayó y cayó y nunca volvió a subir. Y ese es el ejemplo que usan y que se ve viral en todos lados. Quiero que me digas en este momento el por qué. Y lo que quiero hacer simplemente es un ejercicio. No se trata de que estés bien, de que estés mal. Da completamente igual. Lo que estamos buscando aquí, literalmente, solamente se trata de poder hacerte entender cómo funciona este tipo de raciocinio y cómo ellos no están pensando por sí mismos. ¿Por qué crees que sea el caso? Y ahí te va la puritita verdad. Espero que le hayas puesto pausa, que me hayas puesto en el comentario abajo, siendo honesto lo que es. Y si todo el mundo me está copiando la respuesta en este momento, yo sé que es mentira, porque todos creen estas estupideces. La razón por qué es sencilla. La razón por la que todo el mundo te está advirtiendo una y otra vez de la burbuja de la inteligencia artificial es porque les han dicho varios datos que normalmente tendrían sentido si no entiendes cómo literalmente funciona la economía realmente. No tanto cómo funciona como te dicen en los libritos y cómo te contaron en la escuela y cómo te cuentan en las noticias, sino cómo funciona realmente. Y una vez más, ¿cómo funciona la economía en términos muy sencillos para todos ustedes que por primera vez están entrando a algo así, viéndolo sencillo? Cada fin de ciclo de negocio, ¿no? Que el 2010 y el 2009, 2008, luego en el 2020 forzamos otro principio, básicamente un final y un principio con lo de la pandemia. ¿Qué es lo que ocurre en cada uno de estos ciclos? Si pones atención, lo que ocurre es, y todo el mundo cree que esto es una consecuencia de que hay un accidente, hay un cisne negro que ocurre y por ende hay que salvar la economía y tienen que imprimir dinero. Pero ¿qué pasa si te digo que el ciclo tiene que siempre acabar con el desastre? Para que ellos, la gente que está encargada de imprimir dinero, le pueda dar dinero a todo el mundo sabiendo que se los van a regresar todito. Y aparte, ellos con sus apuestas van a poder no solamente duplicarlo, triplicarlo, cuatriplicarlo. El mejor ejemplo que les tengo de esto, una vez más, es el 2020, porque es el que más se acuerdan. Si es que se acuerdan, por eso estar viendo TikToks y Reels. Pero si es que te acuerdas, ¿no? De lo que pasó en el 2020, hubo la pandemia, la excusa perfecta, y vino una impresión gigantesca de dinero. Esta impresión gigantesca de dinero fue más grande que todas, no solamente porque imprimieron 8,000 trillones de dólares. 8 trillones de dólares. Ya me mamé, 8,000 trillones. Esa probablemente vaya a ser la siguiente. 8 trillones de dólares. Imprimen 8 trillones de dólares. Te los dan. ¿En qué forma? A todo el mundo le mandaron un cheque o 2, 3 cheques, lo que sea, por $1,200, ¿no? Entonces, ahí hay una lana. A toda la gente que tiene un negocio que le escribió a su banco y le dijo, oye, yo voy a perder 3 meses de mi negocio, necesito que me mandes esta cantidad de dinero, les dieron cientos de miles de dólares hasta millones de dólares. Eso nunca había pasado antes. Entonces, tienes los chequecitos, tienes los millones de dólares a todos los dueños de negocio que no cerraron y pudieron continuar operando. La gran mayoría, no estoy diciendo todos, por supuesto que hubo varios que sí tuvieron que cerrar, pero la gran mayoría no. Y de ahí, lo que hicieron fue dar más dinero sin que la gente entendiera que es más dinero. Te dijeron, no pagues tu coche, no pagues tu tarjeta de crédito, no pagues tu hipoteca, no pagues tu renta, no pagues nada. Y esto no lo quitaron hasta el 2023, ¿ok? Hasta el 2023, literalmente, no empezaron a quitar este dinero regalado, porque si lo piensas, si no tienes que pagar tu hipoteca, te están regalando lo que pagas de hipoteca. Si no tienes que pagar tu coche, te están regalando lo que no tienes que pagar de tu coche. Si no tienes que pagar tus préstamos estudiantiles, te están regalando lo que no tienes que pagar por tus préstamos estudiantiles. Pero nadie en este momento habla de ello. Todo el mundo cree que el dinero simplemente que imprimen es lo que cuenta. Y no, eso fue lo que ayudó a todo. ¿Qué fue lo que rompió todo y que empezó a hacer que todo cayera? Fue simplemente el que empezaron en el 2023, por ahí de septiembre, les quitaron el que puedes no pagar tu préstamo estudiantil. Y luego fueron, ok, tienes ya que pagar tu renta. Y luego fueron, ok, tienes que ya pagar tu hipoteca. Ok, ya tienes que pagar tu coche. Y eso literalmente ha destruido absolutamente todo el consumidor. ¿Por qué? Porque somos pendejos, tíos. Somos una bola de gente que se deja llevar por todo lo de afuera. Y la cosa más exitosa que ha existido en este momento para poder lograr que nosotros nos den todo este dinero y se lo regresemos todo a ellos es redes sociales. Y a través de redes sociales, si no presumes todo lo que tienes y que no te alcanza para tener, para poder irte de vacaciones todo el tiempo y tienes el coche que has soñado toda tu vida, pero lo tienes que pagar por 19 años y tus pagos son una mamada, ¿no? Si no tienes eso, pues eres un perdedor en la sociedad. Y literalmente tu mente está programada para que eso no pase. Porque si eres exiliado de la sociedad, sea en el tiempo que sea, que es algo que tu mente tiene ya bien programado, eso significaba la muerte en el pasado. Cuando te sacaban de un grupo social, eso quiere decir que te sacaban de la ciudad o donde había recursos para que pudieras comer, consumir, etcétera. Y yéndote tú solo al bosque, te ibas a morir. Entonces, tu cerebro está perfectamente programado para esto y saben cómo usarlo en contra tuya. Entonces, ya que fomentas que todo el mundo necesita y tiene que comprar todo, como el nuevo Swatch que acaba de salir de colaboración con AP, ¿no? Ya todo el mundo lo tiene que comprar, lo están vendiendo por extra, toda esta gente que no tiene dinero lo está comprando, es perfecto, ¿no? Una vez que haces que todo el mundo se gaste su dinero así de sencillo, se les acaba. Y estos ciclos de dinero regalado, el dinero se le acaba a la población porque se lo dieron de vuelta a la gente que es dueña de las empresas más grandes. El mejor ejemplo que te puedo dar, 2020, Elon Musk tenía 40,000 millones de dólares. 2026, Elon Musk tiene casi $1 trillón. $1 trillón con T de tetas. En el 2020, Jeff Bezos tenía más o menos 25,000 millones, 60,000 millones de dólares. Ahora tiene casi 300,000 millones de dólares. Mark Zuckerberg tenía 8,000 millones de dólares y ahora tiene otra vez casi 300,000 millones de dólares. Esto es el dinero impreso que te dieron a ti, que se lo regresaste a ellos de una forma u otra sin darte cuenta. Es como funciona la economía. Y la cosa es, todos ustedes creen que ellos van a salvar la economía ahora que todo el mundo está jodido. No, 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 no. La idea es, sabíamos que se te iba a acabar el dinero. Vamos a tener que crear un escenario donde sea justificable que imprimamos una cantidad absolutamente ridícula de dinero para que nos la regresen. Pero esta vez la velocidad de eso va a ser mucho más rápida porque tenemos ahora el famoso Clarity Act que está a punto de pasar en cripto. Y eso quiere decir que una vez que todo nuestro dinero se vuelva digital en blockchain, la velocidad del dinero aumenta y ellos pueden darte dinero instantáneamente que tú se los des a ellos. La respuesta simple para entender este ejemplo es que te digan, güey, porque vimos inflación en la última la última imprenta de dinero, cuando imprimimos dinero la última vez. Esta vez lo que necesitamos es que literalmente te gastes, si te voy a dar $1,000, te los puedes gastar solamente en comida. Y van a ser en estas tiendas que aceptan este tipo de dólares, ¿no? Digitales. Entonces te están amarrando a ir exactamente a gastar tu dinero a sus negocios. Güey, sé que todo el mundo ahorita no tiene dinero para comprar un coche, pero ¿sabes qué? Si compras un coche eléctrico de Elon Musk o de Lucid o de Rivian, te vamos a dar un incentivo, te vamos a cortar el pago a no sé cuánto y tienes que usar estos dólares, pero ya. Entonces instantáneamente vas a ir a gastarte esto y se lo vas a dar a ellos. Esto lo hacen para que no te des cuenta de cómo se están imprimiendo el dinero y dándoselo a ellos. Tienen que usarte de en medio para que no puedas justificar que no está en mis manos esta decisión cuando no lo está. Bien, con eso entendido. Es cómo funciona la economía. ¿Por qué te estoy diciendo esto cuando estamos hablando de la burbuja de la inteligencia artificial? Dime una cosa. ¿Tú crees que el fin de la inteligencia artificial es darte algo que te va a hacer mejor y más potente que todas las demás personas y que literalmente va a hacer tu vida mejor? ¿O el fin de la inteligencia artificial es otro? Ponle pausa al video y escríbelo, ¿no? Dame los ejemplos y te voy a decir exactamente lo que es. El fin de la inteligencia artificial no es crear productos de consumo para todos ustedes y que les vaya bien con el dinero de cuánto les están vendiendo. Por supuesto que van a hacerlo para poder también imprimir dinero y meterlo ahí, que también les dé su dinero por esa vía. No hay duda de ello, ¿no? Con suscripciones de ChatGPT, de Claude, de tener agentes, tener FSD, todo esto, ¿no? Tiene todo el sentido del mundo. Pero el motivo principal de esto no es eso. Por eso falla todo el mundo en entender que cuando les dicen que hay una burbuja de inteligencia artificial, no tiene que tener sentido financiero alguno. ¿Por qué? Porque esta inyección de capital, si ponen atención a lo que pasó en el 2020, fue cuando Biden dijo, güey, vamos a traernos a todos los que hacen chips aquí y les vamos a dar no sé cuántos miles de millones de dólares en incentivos para abrir su empresa aquí. Cuando les das miles de millones de dólares de incentivos para abrir su empresa aquí, tío, le estás regalando dinero. Estas empresas, por su parte, van a subir de valor. ¿Y cuál es el trabajo del gobierno? Porque el gobierno solamente son voceros. Es gente que habla y también las noticias usan las noticias para ellos hablar y las noticias también los usan a ellos para poder pasar su mensaje. ¿Cuál es el mensaje que te pasan? No te subas a la inteligencia artificial, brother, porque literalmente va a explotar y la burbuja va a caer y vas a perder todo tu dinero como con Cisco. Pero ¿qué es lo único que ha pasado? Continúa subiendo. Continúa y continuará subiendo. Y una vez más, todo el mundo te dice, pero es que, güey, tiene que explotar. ¿Por qué? Porque simplemente no hay suficiente dinero que vayan a hacer. ¿Y qué pasa si no llegan a superinteligencia artificial y entonces todas estas cosas? No importa. ¿Por qué crees que no importa? Te voy a decir, y te hago estas preguntas porque es importante que te las hagas tú mismo. Que te hagas estas preguntas. Si no, nunca vas a poder entender esto, cómo funciona. La razón por la que no importa es porque todo el dinero que están imprimiendo y dándole como incentivos a estas industrias lo tienen que hacer infinitamente. Y la razón por qué es porque todos los gobiernos están implementándolo y lo que están haciendo es dándole dinero a estas empresas. Porque si el gobierno te dijera, güey, nosotros, el gobierno de Estados Unidos, va a expandir sus centros de cómputo para poder analizar todo a través de inteligencia artificial, para poder mantener tabs, eso quiere decir seguir todos los movimientos que haces, conocerte mejor de lo que te conoces y poder sustituirte en este mundo por una persona digital, pues tío, entonces todo el mundo diría, aquí hay algo sospechoso. Pero si le pones, en vez de a solamente el gobierno, diferentes etiquetas y son empresas independientes del gobierno, que hacen todo lo que el gobierno les está diciendo por ellos, pero son independientes del gobierno, ¿no? Por eso hay públicamente como la pelea de, no es que el gobierno y la gente de Google se están peleando porque no quieren prestar servicios de inteligencia artificial. No, o sea, el gobierno tiene que fondear la mayor cantidad de centros de cómputo y avances en microchips de aquí al infinito porque los van a usar en contra tuya o a favor tuyo, como quieras, ¿no? Si eres de la gente que ama al gobierno y no puede sacarse el chile de un partido político de la boca, eres uno de ellos, eres parte de un culto si no te has dado cuenta y tal vez no te des cuenta y esto te está haciendo enojar, lo siento muchísimo, pero es la realidad. Entonces, el gobierno no tiene prisa para dejar de gastar en inteligencia artificial hasta que veas que literalmente tienen todo controlado de principio a fin. Una vez más, ve la película del Demoledor. Cuando hay una paz mundial, nadie se pelea y no hay crimen. Hasta que llegues a ese punto, no van a detener el gasto en inteligencia artificial. Ahora, ¿por qué te digo esto? Porque es esencial que lo entiendas. Es muy importante que entiendas esto, porque esto quiere decir que cuando inteligencia artificial se dé un petón para abajo, y ahora recuerda, la bolsa de valores no tiene nada que ver con tú comprando, con el sentimiento que existe, no hay nada. Ellos deciden, lo bajamos hoy y lo subimos mañana. ¿Y por qué lo tienen que bajar? No, si me estás diciendo, Alejandro, que ellos son los que tienen que gastar infinitamente, porque si no te empezarías a hacer preguntas. Si las acciones de guerra, ¿no? Lockheed Martin, Raytheon y todos ellos subieran cuando literalmente va a haber una guerra nada más, te darías cuenta todo el tiempo que algo está a punto de pasar. Pero ¿qué es lo que hacen todo el tiempo? Solamente se van de lado, suben cuando no te lo esperas, bajan cuando no te lo esperas. Básicamente es eso. Entonces, cuando bajen las acciones de inteligencia artificial, vas a querer llenarte las bolsas de ellas. ¿Por qué? Y una vez más, aquí más allá de Meta, de Microsoft y de todo esto, ahora entiendo el por qué los chipsets, las empresas que se dedican a hacer estos centros de datos van a ser las más grandes ganadoras de aquí a que lo logren, porque necesitan seguir consumiendo toda esta información y mientras más detalle existe en esta información, más grande y más grande y más fuerza van a necesitar. Una vez más, ¿cuándo se va a acabar esto? Cuando literalmente veas que todo el mundo vive pacíficamente. Ahora, esto se va a poder lograr. Les voy a hacer un video exactamente de esto, se los he dicho 1000 veces, pero ahora, este video, ayer les hice uno que necesitan verlo antes de hablar de esto, porque esto está culero. Esto está culero. Lo hablé con Roberto en el podcast que hicimos, no ayer, antier, el lunes, y ayer salió un video del buen profesor Yang, o como chingado se llame, que nunca puedo pronunciar su nombre, donde él habla de esto. Y literalmente lo que hablé con Roberto, que me estaba viendo así como, güey, ¿cómo es esto posible? Ese güey lo explica perfectamente, ¿no? Porque pues tiene 1 hora y cacho para explicarlo y aparte bien planteado. Y es lo que a mí me dice, ¿sabes qué? No estás tan perdido, carnal. No, en todas tus locuras no estás tan perdido. Y lo que quiero es que invitarlos a que imaginen cosas, a que vean todos estos puntos y los junten. No tienes que estar bien, todos somos seres humanos. No existe la perfección en nosotros, ¿ok? No existe eso. Y hay veces que, seas quien seas, van a usarte para su plataforma. Por ejemplo, cuando yo pensaba que Nayib Bukele era un crack que salió de la nada y que gracias al cielo él es como la esperanza de Latinoamérica, a mí, literalmente, y me di cuenta de esto inmediatamente, El Salvador me puso en un algoritmo de súbele al volumen al tío Salo y que hagan artículos, y puedes buscar esto. Alejandro Salmón habla de el superemprendedor. En cuanto me di cuenta y volteé el chip, bájale el volumen a ese hijo de puta y di que es un estafador de mierda. ¡Pum! Fácil, ¿no? A eso se dedican estos güeyes. Entonces, es muy importante que entiendas cómo pueden usar a personas que son pensadores independientes para sus propias agendas y hacerlos ver como si fueran también parte de la gran estafa que se vive en las noticias. Y ahorita, hablando de todo esto, si estamos hablando de las noticias, no puedo no presentar las siguientes, ¿no? Porque hay cosas muy importantes pasando y aquí te tienes que dar cuenta de esto. Entonces, solamente para la burbuja de inteligencia artificial, tu Paco favorito seguirá hablándote de cómo estas empresas se están haciendo un circle jerk entre todos ellos. Eso es una persona sin criterio y la única razón por la que te lo digo no es para que los dejes de ver, es para que lo entiendas. Cuando estas personas sin criterio que les están metiendo las ideas que ellos creen que ellos tienen, porque son muy inteligentes definitivamente, te dicen algo, tienes que entender y preguntarte, ¿por qué me están diciendo esto a través de todos ellos? ¿Por qué todo el mundo habla de la burbuja de inteligencia artificial? Y es más, antes de empezar con esto, tal vez es lo que quiero hacer. burbuja de la IA. Quiero irme a imágenes y quiero compartir esto con ustedes, ¿ok? Denme un segundo. Y para la gente que me está escuchando nada más, lo siento, pero quiero que vean esto. Todo el mundo, vean cuántos posts existen de la burbuja de la inteligencia artificial explicada. ¿Cuántos? Es infinito, es un scroll infinito para la gente. Busca burbuja de la IA. Y vas a ver, no, burbuja de la inteligencia artificial explicada. ¿Hay una burbuja en la IA? Sí, carnal. Y siempre tienes que darte cuenta que cuando algo está en una burbuja y va a reventar, no te das cuenta sigues rogando por ella. Por ejemplo, Bitcoin. Y ahorita les voy a enseñar esto. Ahora, una vez más, Bitcoin no se va a ir a cero, tíos. No se preocupen, ¿no? Pero aquí vean todas las noticias positivas que tenemos de esto. Para empezar, voy a abrir con esta. Donald Trump va con Elon Musk, Jensen Huang y toda la gente a China, ¿no? Para hablar de la inteligencia artificial. ¿Que no son enemigos de muerte? Se los había dicho antes, ¿no? Cuando vino Xi Jinping, que fue a California con Gavin Newsom y fue a ver a todos estos cracks de inteligencia artificial. Tienes que ser un puto animal para pensar esto. Y se los digo de corazón, tengo a alguien muy cercano que me dice, yo no tengo la aplicación de TikTok porque no quiero que los chinos sepan lo que estoy haciendo. Pero pendeja, abres tu teléfono con tu jeta todos los días y todas tus aplicaciones y todos tus passwords con tu cara. Entonces, estás a toda madre dándole toda tu información a Tim Cook, al gobierno de Estados Unidos, pero vaya, no vayas a abrir un TikTok porque China te va a violar en la noche, ¿no? Tienes que ser un puto animal, cabrones. Un puto animal. El Clarity Act está a punto de pasar. El Super Cycle, el Super Ciclo está a punto de dar. Prepárense. Oscar Ramos, el Clarity Act está a punto de pasar el Senado. Pónganse todos en long, por favor, háganlo. Esta es buena, ¿no? La de Elon Musk riéndose de Michael Berry. Michael Berry dice que esto está bastante cerca de reventar, ¿no? Y se ríen porque, güey, Michael Berry nunca la tiene bien. Michael Berry también es un doble agente. Tienen que entender eso. Lo usan en su propia contra. Se ríe Elon Musk, ¿no? Qué chistoso. También, adivinen quién se metió. CZ de Binance está de vuelta diciendo que el superciclo de Bitcoin regresa. Lo bueno es que también acaban de confirmar, el Senado acaba de confirmar a pro Bitcoin Kevin Walsh como el nuevo secretario de la Fed, ¿no? O el presidente de la Reserva Federal o la chingada posición que sea. Y está esperando a reemplazar a Jerome Powell. Perfecto, tienes todos los ingredientes. ¿Se acuerdan cuando Gary Gensler estaba completamente en contra de Bitcoin? ¿Se acuerdan? ¿Saben qué pasó cuando él estaba en contra de Bitcoin y estaba a cargo de todo esto? Bitcoin se fue de 17,000 o 15,000 dólares a 126. Cuando estaba en contra. ¿Qué pasó cuando llegó tu pro presidente de Bitcoin? Todas las altcoins se fueron a la verga después de que sacó su meme coin con Solana. ¿Qué pasó con la bolsa y todo esto cuando llegó el presidente Trump? La bolsa está en la mierda. Solamente hay 7, 8 acciones que están arriba. Si ahorita tú crees que te están preparando para el mejor bull run de la historia, pues felicidades, tíos. La gente en las noticias, como ustedes saben, las noticias te dan el primer insight a qué es lo que tienes que hacer económicamente. Entonces, todo el mundo vaya a comprar Bitcoin en este momento, por favor. La segunda confirmación, voltea a ver las tablas. La tabla se ve bastante alcista. Deberíamos de irnos porque probablemente vamos a tener el bull run de la historia. Y ahora, quiero que algo nos quede claro en todo esto. Y acá lo tenía. Déjenme ver dónde vergas está. Tengo esta también, pero otra. Denme un segundito. Denme un segundito. Lo compartí con estos tíos. ¿Dónde está? Aquí está. Ok, perfecto. Alcista. No, espérenme, no sé si lo estén viendo o no. No, perfecto. Ok, qué bueno que me di cuenta. Uf y recontra uf. Alcista, ¿no? ¿Qué es lo que pone esto? Se los traduzco en tiempo real. Es que, güey, soy súper bueno con eso del inglés a español. El Clarity Act tiene 309 páginas y está listo para hoy. Los miembros del comité mañana tienen todo el tiempo para poder hacer todos los amendments necesarios, todas las modificaciones, para poder tenerlo listo para el jueves, confirmarlo, ¿no? Que es mañana. La ley más importante de cripto en la historia. todas las páginas cuentan, bla, 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 ya tenemos un deadline, etcétera, ¿no? Ahora, quiero que entiendan lo estúpidos, porque estos son adultos, espero que sean robots, pero estos son adultos. Dice, DeFi está protegido, ¿no? Que es financiación descentralizada. Perfecto. Monedas estables listas. Ok, una moneda estable tiene que ver con el dólar. Perfecto. Las barreras institucionales se fueron. Entonces ya puedo hacer todo lo que yo quiera con estas monedas estables. Perfecto. Ok. 20 trillones de dólares esperando. No sé de dónde están esperando esos 20 trillones de dólares, pero 20... para convertirse en monedas estables. Espérame, porque ¿se acuerdan que les platico de los depósitos de cuánto cash tiene JP Morgan y todo esto? 20 trillones de dólares en monedas estables, ¿ok? Trump está listo para firmarlo. ¿Ustedes creen, porque también nos dicen, ¿no? Que Bitcoin y que cripto, que Estados Unidos quiere ser el número uno en cripto y quiere ser el vanguardista de esto? Cuando dice eso, dime qué tiene eso que ver con Bitcoin, con cualquiera de estas cosas. Solamente se refiere al dólar en monedas estables, tíos. En eso es lo único que puede ser líder. ¿O qué? ¿Ustedes creen que les están diciendo que entonces van a comprar todos los meme coins, todos los NFTs, todas las XRP, Ethereum, Solana y todo esto, y también Bitcoin? ¿Ustedes creen que ser el número uno en Bitcoin para un país es comprar estupideces? Cuando ellos tienen su propio dinero que crean de la nada. ¿Cuál es la otra que es excelente? Bueno, no se pierdan. Por supuesto que Eric Trump, que siempre ha sido excelente para decirte que cripto. Güey, Kevin Warsh, el nuevo güey de la Fed, es excelente para cripto. No solamente va a ser fantástico para la industria cripto, él también lo entiende. Una vez más, cuando tenías al güey que todo el mundo decía, güey, este güey se va a coger a cripto, Gary Gensler, fue cuando subió. Te voy a dejar a ti que hagas tu propia y tomes tú tu propia decisión. Solamente ve qué emocionante es esto. Ve qué padre, ya llegamos al punto del Clarity Act saliendo. Y aquí es donde, una vez más, puede que mis teorías estén mal, vayamos al superciclo de la historia, etcétera, y bien por nosotros, ¿no? Qué chingón. Sobre todo si de verdad esto beneficiaría a DeFi, como ustedes creen que lo va a beneficiar, con esa bolsa de NFTs que tengo que ya vale una lana, tal cual. Y ahora les voy a decir, dejaron de subir ayer o antier. Se encontraron con una pared y la gente los dejó de comprar instantáneamente. Hay algo raro ahí también, porque es como que cómo la gente sabe estas cosas. Hay algo extraño, pero da igual. Yo lo único que le apuesto es no tanto a los NFTs y estas cosas, sino que a la avaricia del humano. Es mi apuesta, porque sé cómo funciona su psicología, los entiendo. Entonces, con esto dicho, ¿qué es lo que puedes hacer en todo esto? Aprender tablas, tío. ¿Por qué? Porque estas te van a guiar literalmente en todo lo que estás haciendo. Si no quieres aprender tablas también acá, cáele a nuestro Discord. Yo te comparto en el Discord de Elite Trading Academy, mis estimados. Yo les comparto literalmente todos mis movimientos pendejos y mis pensamientos para que los tengan antes que en cualquier otro lugar. Y esto no lo comparto en Twitter, no lo comparto en videos porque son cosas muy específicas y esto es más como para la gente que quiere aprender de esto, quiere saber de esto, quiere escuchar de esto. Entonces no me molesto en ir a otros lugares para tener que escuchar sus pendejadas, ¿no? El baboso, ¿tú qué sabes? Eres un estafador, ¿no? Gracias. Entonces lo hago aquí. Pero esto fue lo que nadie me preguntó, damas y caballeros, y vamos a darle para adelante al casino de tu tío Salo. Y acá se los dejé. Estamos platicando del yen, de lo que podría pasar con el yen, llegando al nivel en donde está con los dólares. Una vez que tenemos esta divergencia donde el dólar cae en contra del yen, normalmente la bolsa en Estados Unidos ha caído con cada una de estas fechas verdes. Aquí lo explico bastante bien, si lo quieren ver. También tenemos los análisis de Alex, que ha estado en su punto con estos cortos, con estos retesteos bajistas. Esto es muy interesante lo que está viendo Alex en esto, porque literalmente todo el mundo tenemos objetivos a la alza en cripto en este momento, ¿no? Lo hemos visto. Que eran los 85,000, 86,000, 87,000. Justamente viene el Clarity Act ahorita que nos hace pensar que vamos a ir a esos niveles. Todo es perfecto. Y este tío ha estado de, pues, güey, yo sí estoy de este lado. Pero también Farhan nos ha llevado a niveles excelentes. Nos llevó a todos los niveles desde su long de los 73,000 hasta el TP de los 82,200, que es más o menos donde ya topamos ahorita. Y yo lo que quería ver también, porque nos ha estado mandando todos estos niveles, he estado yo apostando en long simplemente porque Momentum está de nuestro lado. Ahorita estoy fuera esperando a ver a dónde va lo de la noticia del Clarity Act. Una vez que la veamos, yo esperaría que esto tengamos un pump para arriba. Tal vez ya no, tal vez fueron los 82, no les voy a decir que no. Pero yo esperaría, y es por eso que ahorita estoy esperando. No, yo personalmente estoy esperando. Ustedes pueden jugarla como quieran. Si nos vamos para arriba, nos vamos para arriba. Si nos vamos para abajo, pues vamos a los 76 y ahí tendrías que aguantar y después volver a subir, ¿no? Tenemos estos niveles. Y aquí lo tienen todo. Vamos a ver qué exactamente nos ponen esto. Y también tienen acá todos los indicadores, los settings de nuestros indicadores. Mañana tenemos clase, jefes. No puedo subir los nuevos videos donde les dije que para ahorrarnos tiempo, porque Bruno está de vacaciones, pero ya regresa este fin de semana, ya nos treparemos todo para que no se me preocupen, pero ya estamos a nada. Y cualquier pregunta que tengan cuando están leyendo el Discord de Alex o el de Farhan, por ejemplo, que usan estas abreviaciones, aquí están todas en criptolingo para que no se les pierda y se les vaya el cassette, ¿no? Porque sí está bastante complejo todas las putas abreviaciones que usan todos los jóvenes, como cuando te mandan un mensaje de texto que no entiendes ni vergas, ¿no? Porque no usan ninguna palabra completa, ya estoy viejo, ese es el problema. Aquí lo tienen todo. Entonces, aquí está y también tenemos todos los links de lo que necesites aquí en cripto para nuestro exchange de BTCC, para Bitunix, para todo esto también lo tienes acá. Pero si quieres aprender de esto, y una vez más, no tienes que aprender para hacer trading. Yo creo que lo importante aquí es para poder invertir, cabrón. Porque literalmente cuando éramos chicos, nuestros tíos, la tía tenía una cocina, tu tío tenía una ferretería y todo esto, y luego vino Walmart y se lo llevó todo. Están desapareciendo todos los nuevos negocios y todo. La manera más fácil de hacer dinero es ahorrando de como puedas y meterlo en la bolsa. Y yo creo que si sabes hacer trading, ver la bolsa es como en cámara lenta porque no usas apalancamiento. Y esto te ayuda muchísimo también a entender cuando te están mintiendo las noticias, como con el dólar, que va a desaparecer el dólar en este momento y lo ves en soporte, en una tendencia alcista con todo. Aquí nosotros tenemos un producto para todos, pero sobre todo el curso de Cero a Trader, que es para principiantes, tío. Si no entiendes ni verga si quieres empezar en cripto o en acciones, esto es lo que quieres ver. Porque te enseña desde qué programa vas a tener que abrir, cómo abrir esto en tu browser, ¿no? Las pendejadas más grandes, hasta qué es una vela, qué es una tabla, dónde encontrarlas, qué son los promedios. Todo lo que hablamos aquí lo tienes ahí en un video de 1 hora 40. Lo puedes ver las veces que sea en el sitio web. Una vez que lo compras, te vuelves a meter a la página y ahí lo puedes ver las veces que quieras. Está en español y en inglés, por cierto. Lo puedes ver las dos por el pago de uno. Y es importante, en mi opinión, tenerlo, porque una vez que aprendes las bases, puedes literalmente venir a estos en vivos que hacemos 3 veces a la semana de 4 horas. Y cualquier pregunta que tengas, mañana tenemos una de estas clases, ¿no? Con estas sesiones en este paquete, donde solamente, exclusivamente para ustedes, vamos a estar aquí en el sitio web a las 7 de la mañana, media hora después, básicamente hasta ahora mañana empieza, cuando vas a poder ver esto, que son 7 de la mañana hora de Los Ángeles, para que lo tengan apuntado, 10 de la mañana hora de Nueva York. Y mañana puedes preguntar, güey, ¿sabes qué? He estado viendo todo esto, vi el curso y no entendí esto. ¿Me puedes explicar más? Es la idea de esto, que aclares todas tus dudas, todos esos gaps en tu conocimiento, los puedas llenar y vámonos. También tenemos alertas de trading. No compres esto si no sabes lo que estás haciendo, no sabes cómo ver una tabla, etcétera. No vas a ganar. No vas a ganar. No, y no quiero escuchar tus pendejadas, ¿no? Porque una vez que sube el precio y se pone cerca de donde te va a eliminar, te vas a salir y luego el precio se va a dar la vuelta y si no entiendes lo que estás haciendo, el miedo y tus emociones te van a controlar y no quiero vender cosas si no las entiendes. Esto es todavía para gente avanzada, en mi opinión. Y ya, pues es lo que tenemos, damas y caballeros. Vamos a darle para adelante, vamos a ver qué están diciéndonos las tablas y vamos a ver qué pedo. Good morning, boys. How are you?
Yeah, buenos días, cabrones. It is, I believe it's Wednesday.
Yeah. Well, tomorrow you have a class, so you fucking better believe it.
had some lucha libre last night, and that was fucking amazing. He was awesome.
Very cool.
Really fun.
I saw your pictures this morning. When I was a kid, I wanted to go so fucking bad and never had no one ever took me because I was a kid. I don't know if I said that when I started. And then I lost interest, but that's pretty fucking cool. How was it?
It was awesome, and then but I got raped up the asshole on the tickets because I bought
Oh,
I made
thank
I made a
God. I thought in the bathroom. I was like, God damn, then I might not go.
basically the same because I try to buy them through one of those like booking companies, and they charged me 2,000 pesos, but they gave me a $200 200 peso seat. I could have just booked it for Ticketmaster, got the best seats for 700.
Oh, wow. That's fucked. Yeah, dude. If
What a nice move.
Ticketmaster's there, you want to use Ticketmaster because they're the mafia. Alex, what do we got here? The Clarity Act is about to pass. Are we already rich?
Yeah, what a fun market, right?
Yeah.
You know, so it's Wednesday. So on Monday's stream, we were really talking a lot about daily and 12-hour, which ideally will start bleeding into that monthly. When we start really looking at kind of where we rejected, honestly, Bitcoin is telling an interesting story here. And really, I mean, if you really start looking at the details, you really can see that. Really, for the last 3 months, I mean, after February's lower low break here, what we've been doing this bear market has just been making lower lows and then immediately going in for a lower high. Lower lows, immediately going in for a lower high. And really, I'm always going to start this off on the higher time frame because Bitcoin is still in a macro downtrend. Taking out April's low was a major sign of weakness to me. And then even producing that lower high to lower low break again in February confirms the macro downtrend. So there's not like a question on like if Bitcoin's bearish. It's for sure bearish. Just like it was for sure bullish when Bitcoin was in a macro uptrend 2023, 2024, 2025. So, you know, we absolutely still need to be watching for, well, weakness in this region. You also are going to notice that in this spot here on closing basis, right, Bitcoin was able to really defend the $80,000 region before busting up. And I believe that this perspective is a lot better than, let's say, a weekly and biweekly. Because whereas if you look at the weekly, it could actually be a little predatory here. You could argue, oh, look at this reclaim. Look at this reclaim. I know it's a little higher. And then you could be looking at this as a reclaim. Aggressive longs, in my opinion, are using that. But let's go back to that monthly. And remember, the monthly here is still telling the story. Really, the higher time frames, you need to, at minimum, get back above 82,150. That's when you can maybe start making an argument on potentially going towards that mid 85s, maybe 91s. And that's just meme line. Like, that's just like, firstly, trend, and then just like simple meme line, what was major support that held the bottom back in April before busting up and making a new high. Now that we've capitulated from that, we did capitulate from that zone. I mean, we look here in November, it held. Okay, let me just shift this down a little bit. I want to see this wick low here. Okay, in December, it held. And then when did we actually really start to capitulate on Bitcoin? Well, that was in January. Notice here that while that was just the start of taking out that major support at 82,150, and you can see it, this spot is what led us back down to around 27% down, or around 59. Yeah, like that $60,000 region on Bitcoin. So, right, this is still a very interesting perspective for me. We have volatility here. If I throw this back on, actually giving you a setup going into, well, June. You do see you're at 15%. You're literally on the cusp of firing off the volatility setup. Anywhere here or higher will confirm it. A quick interjection is on CME. You've already confirmed it. Multiple months of confirmed expansion, lowest read ever. Now into June might be the first time on the index you confirm it. That's an interesting point because we've really been seeing the big moves on the index. The volatility on the index give us the big moves, whereas then CME is kind of the first. What at least we've noticed. Like if we go and view that, say the biweekly, right? We kind of saw that fire off before the index. So it is interesting to start seeing the index line up really nicely with CME potentially. Remember, this is not confirmed at all. And at this current time, if this literally starts firing off where Bitcoin currently is, this will give us at minimum a 20% move to the downside. Minimum. I mean, obviously this will go higher. This is the lowest volatility setup, meaning this is the biggest volatility setup you've ever had in the history of Bitcoin's monthly chart. And mind you, these monthly volatility setups often are the macro moves. Let's get no confusion here. If we start really showing these monthly volatility setups just like on more a time basis on where we've kind of been, where they fired off, you will notice that each and every time they have been any macro move, right? Bear market, bull market, bull market. Now, if we end up getting the expansion into June, that means, well, statistically speaking, this still will fire off to the downside. We don't need to be, guessing that. The momentum pivot is still in the $86,000 region. Mr. Farhana will, obviously show us that on his analysis. But on my part, you're not even above the monthly 9 yet. Cannot get bullish as long as you are under a monthly EMA 9. And most importantly, trend is down. So you need to be cautious here. The monthly is still telling a very big story, and it's a monthly, and that means that it can take a long time. Whenever we get like a lower high on a weekly, often that gets everyone bullish. It'll only takes, maybe a month, month and a half. Here it took like 2 months. Okay, fine. But now the monthly lower high is interesting because this can take a while. But as long as, firstly, trend is down and you're not back above that 82,150, Bitcoin is going to reject here. It's just more a matter of when. This is the longer you stay up here, the more longs are getting trapped. In my opinion, the more people are becoming bullish. Now, what we were really looking at is the move to around the mid $80,000 region after 76,000 was reclaimed. We got that. We even noticed here that Bitcoin, now going to the biweekly, really likes to put in kind of like a false breakout move. Here it's on a wick basis. You notice last major breakdown, which occurred in January, gave you the same type of characteristic and consolidation up. What does this cause bulls to start saying? Daily is in an uptrend. We're bullish essentially. Daily's in an uptrend. That's it. Daily's in an uptrend. That's all they'll ever say. Daily's in an uptrend. Weekly is trying to recover. But we know that really this is just producing something more on the monthly, right? This was just your monthly 9 retest. This consolidation up is just predatory in nature because as long as you don't really change anything in structure, it will result in a move down. It doesn't matter if it takes from November all the way to January. Does not matter about the time. It just matters on does anything actually change for bulls. So here we're consolidating up. Oh, well, biweekly EMA 100 reclaim. That's good. Absolutely good. But you haven't even retested that yet. So you can't use that as your bull thesis because you haven't retested that. That's like an inefficiency here. That's 69,200 as well. Daily, yes, is in an uptrend while 12 hours shifting, all while monthly is still in a macro downtrend. I think monthly is more important than a daily. And here you do see now, you are starting to slightly reject that 82,000, and you did get a false breakout move. We talked about this ever so slightly going past 81,000, moving into the 82s, resulting into, we'll go to the daily now, that daily SMA 200. It's very obvious. I believe we're just in that spot, which is just kind of like a hindsight trade spot, which over time will be, wow, that was very obvious, as time goes on, similar to what occurred in January. Because again, while we're moving up, and we now know, because I mentioned it a lot, the monthly is in a downtrend, macro downtrend. Well, daily is in an uptrend. But this is where your moving averages will be your friend, in my opinion. Yes, we're back above the 100. That's a good sign. That always will take you to the SMA 200. That's kind of how I look at things. And then your SMA 200 will be your last on the daily Glock 3000 spot. You get that back reclaimed. You can start talking about maybe a bull market again. Because we know that once you get back above often a daily SMA 200, this often will start repairing the monthly, like getting back above a monthly 9. And then there you go. You get a bull market again. Every single time you hold above a monthly EMA 9, you're not in a bear market ever. You're in a raging bull market. Throw off the 5 so there's no confusion. Anytime you're above the 9 on the monthly, you're in a raging bull market. So, you know, are we still in a raging bull market? No. And that's why really when we had this move up, we still should be looking at any move up towards 82,000 as a short opportunity. Now we shift gears on the daily. You are going to notice this consolidation is more evident here on the daily. And really for the last week or two, you've just been aggressively moving up. Like really, we have just been moving up aggressively. Look at that. We've just been kind of right here, just doing this. This is where your reclaim is going to be like really important in my opinion, because without a reclaim, this will just be kind of like the stair step up, elevator down formation. And you can't really argue that this isn't what's on the table. I mean, you have now on all lower time frames, volatility's contracted. Yes, last Monday was looking bullish, but now as things are breaking under 80,000 again on Bitcoin, you are going to notice the lower time frame pivots are going to start shifting. Or at minimum, you are just going to start seeing a shift of structure here. What do I mean by that? Something like a daily EMA 9 is going to stop holding. This has been really holding, I mean, since early May, start of May. And then here in April, you can see this was just the spot that bulls like to bid up. You also are going to notice that you potentially have price divergence here. We talked about this on Monday. Lower high potential write-off daily SMA 200 is not a good sign. We understand 12-hour is in a downtrend, but the daily's not. Now, again, my criteria for daily downtrend confirmation is simply take out 79,250. Now, Bitcoin at, 79,650, we're not too far away. If this starts getting a daily trend shift while losing the daily 9 and rejecting SMA 200, this will really start looking like this is in bear control, and you're not going to be wanting to long the extremity here. Because the more you zoom out, right, this is just like the extremity of the range. When you zoom in, okay, let's start buying the dip, but then you really zoom out. No, this isn't probably the best spot to be buying. Because as I just mentioned, if bears start really gaining control here, look at daily volatility. I mean, this has given you a setup officially now. Let's go to the 12-hour. Multiple sessions of 0%. While 12-hour is in a confirmed downtrend, we talked about and also identified that on Monday. You can just simply see here, you are putting in lower high to lower lows. Just need the confirmation on the daily. You see here the 4-hour is starting to expand, and you are now at the 4-hour EMA 100. This is important. This is significant. All on the Discord. I mean, yeah, since yesterday we were talking about the really target to the 4-hour EMA 100. This is just in a simple 4-hour downtrend. Obviously, if the 12-hour is, if you start losing this 4-hour EMA 100, this will give you confluence that we are going to get a breakdown towards 76 to 77,000 on Bitcoin. Why am I talking about lower time frames? Remember, daily is giving you a volatility setup. 12 hours giving you a very big volatility setup. 4 hours already getting the expansion in the down. It's down, so you're moving down while volatility is going up, and trend is down. All implications for that daily just really, in my opinion, close to firing off to the downside. Now you'll also notice here 2 days contracting. Now we go to the weekly and bi-weekly, and this is the point where, okay, it's starting to look better for bulls. But you do notice the weekly gave you a volatility setup. Now, last week, you started to see this expand. But I'm not really convinced or quite confident of this just breaking out from here, getting a weekly volatility setup to the upside, because we are in a bear market. And one thing we noticed about these volatility setups in a bull market was that whenever you got a volatility setup on a weekly, it would fire off to the upside. Here, it fired off to the upside. Here, it did not fire off to the downside, almost fired off to the downside. This is actually a very good point because, again, the weekly and bi-weeklies are looking pretty bullish. And you would be looking at this as, well, volatility is firing off, and you are back above your weekly 9. But look at what occurred here in 2024 bull market. And I remember this, actually. We were moving down. We actually gave Academy shorts here. We were all shorting at this moment. I remember our target was the weekly 100. Bitcoin went down to that $49,000 region. And we were getting very excited in this wick low. I actually remember this exactly because we were really watching for this volatility setup to fire off to the downside. Now, what occurred here was you moved down. Price did move down pretty nicely, actually, but this did not confirm fully the volatility setup. It went back in contraction. Once we got back in contraction, look what occurred. You actually got it to fire off to the upside again. Same thing, started to move down. Will volatility fire off to the downside? Will the weekly give you a sell trigger? No, it did not. It started to expand when we were moving down on this candle, but it did not, and then you fired off to the upside. When was the only time you've had a weekly volatility setup fire off to the downside in the last 3 years? Well, that was in October. So for me, I still have to be using kind of that same correlation. Even back in 2022, really, I mean, the volatility setups firing off were to the downside. Because again, macro trend, that dictates a lot, in my opinion, dictates almost everything. So when you look at the weekly here, you're going to be noticing, okay, weekly 21 got reclaimed. That's good because we're still watching here the silver cross. The silver cross is becoming weaker as we just reclaimed a weekly 21. But it's like what we said, if you start approaching that 55, great chances will invalidate. But has this silver cross on the weekly invalidated? No. It's still actually valid. You just have to look at this as a little predatory, because now where this is looking more bullish, we know deep down this just retested the weekly EMA 100. Again, this was the spot in November, December, January that was holding very nicely. And we can't act like when we were literally holding this zone, we were telling people too, when we eventually do break down, this will eventually get a retest. This retest most likely will be aggressive, very fast, to get everyone bullish again. Now, using that idea, that's kind of exactly what occurred. The more aggressive this was, the more bullish people became. Now, yes, we're not fully breaking down, right? Bitcoin is only slightly under 80,000, but these are all just kind of the stepping stones to bears taking full control. We cannot act like once bears are in full control, it isn't just a bear red dildo party, because it absolutely is. I mean, look, it took price 2 weeks to take out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 weeks of price action in 2 weeks. So that's not very good. So just kind of keep that in, the perspective here. It's like also in January when we slightly got back above the 9, I remember everyone here on CR was calling for a bottom. We then wicked up. We actually hit the 21, a zone that we were holding pretty nicely back in 2025. Never got the retest until we hit it. Notice upon retest, weekly 9 did continue to hold. You did even get the reclaim of lost support here. You can see that. But again, the levels are important. Notice then into the new week, you just capitulated. This resulted in a 7.53% weekly candle down. I'm mentioning that now because, well, as long as you're under this weekly 100, you are going to be more likely to move down. At minimum, you should see a move back to $76,000. So Bitcoin is starting to, look more bearish. We just really need to see bears start flexing here. With all the levels I just talked about and are retested now, you really do have to just kind of be on the expectation we are good to go down. And if we don't start going down and Bitcoin gets back above 82,150 and daily SMA 200 gets reclaimed, that's when I will start longing Bitcoin with bulls. But until then, absolutely not longing Bitcoin here. And I have to just kind of zoom out, think of it as like a time factor. And as long as we stand at that $82,000 region, this is just going to be more likely to break down eventually. And it's exactly, again, what occurred in November, December, January. And it is interesting because there was our first actual bearish consolidation in multiple years. Here you're getting another bearish consolidation, but it's just more on the monthly. So it's all just things to mentally note. Something we did, back in January, we really mentally noted here, and that's just still the same kind of thing. Cannot lose the energy we've had this whole bear market. It's been quite successful. But as long as you are under 82,150, Bitcoin is going to break down from here. This was nothing more than a macro lower high, which means that the lows on Bitcoin are not safe. Really, honestly, the lows on Bitcoin are not safe. And if this does develop into a lower high off of the monthly 9, the same exact spot you did produce the last lower high, that means at minimum you'll get a 26% before you're in lower low break. And then at that point, what's stopping price from going all the way down to 49,000? Where then, yes, you could easily find a bottom here. I still am on the belief that Bitcoin's bottom will be somewhere in this zone here on 30s, like 39K to 49K, $10,000 range. But I do believe we're going to find some kind of bottom here. Because really, you don't find bottoms off the bear market until you reach or go near monthly EMA 100. Here, you actually hit it. Here, you almost wicked to it. Here, you almost wicked to it. And that was it. You can actually start looking at, like bi-weekly even. And you do notice that your bi-weekly SMA 200 actually never has been retested ever. It's been close. But that is coming into that $40,000 region. So that's why I do think into this zone will be a very good opportunity zone, but not up here. And that still means that we still perhaps are going to make another 40 to 50% move down before finding a bottom, or actually that big mean reversion bounce that everyone wants. Could mean this, consolidate for months, and then you pop all the way back up and then test this and then dump or reclaim it. Who knows? But this zone should be a very high bounce zone, a very high statistical bounce zone, in my opinion. Look at the low here, which held, and then that took you all the way up to 100K. So nothing insane with this idea. It's just getting there is going to be the hard part, being patient and not buying the dip here, in my opinion, until actually something tells us we should buy the dip, which is based on a daily or a monthly. And well, neither are telling us that quite yet. So now that we kind of understand the bigger picture on Bitcoin, I'll go fast to the lower time frames and we'll kind of talk about setups, ideas, and where we're at. So 4 hours and lower low. If you get a bounce, it shouldn't surprise anyone. You are now on a 4-hour sell trigger again. Yesterday, you were noticing chop around that 4-hour sell trigger, leading to another 4-hour lower high. So if we end up bouncing from here, watch for another lower high off of the 4-hour EMA 34. That is the sell. As long as you stand there now 81,200, you are going to be more bearish, and you're just respecting the 4-hour downtrend. Literally, that's been guiding you all the way since the 82,400. If 4-hour EMA 100 gets lost, that's where I'll start actually posting another short on Discord. This will be a very nice short, and I'll be getting confirmation of the move to 76,000 once you lose 4-hour EMA 100. I talked about this setup a lot on the 4-hour. It's actually one of my favorites. Whenever you just get back above a 4-hour EMA 100, you often go up. Right, even here, no different. Got back above it. Remember, we talked about, okay, lost it. Let's look at shorts. If you get back above it, cancel it. Once 76,000 gets reclaimed, more likely a move back to around 80s. That is what happened on the reclaim of the 4-hour EMA 100. Vice versa, you can make pretty harsh rejections down, and it really can occur once the 4-hour EMA 100 is lost. So here it took all of us, it took price to come all the way down. It lost the 4-hour EMA 100, rejected it. On that rejection, you went down another 5%. So it took about 6%, 6.5% to reach the 4-hour EMA 100, which then led to another 5% upon rejection here. Look at it in, look at it in January here. Another easy perspective. And really the big move in January occurred off of the 4-hour EMA 100. Lost it, finally got the retest, and then dumped. So I think it's pretty wise to be watching the 4-hour. And again, I always talk about this. And remember, with that volatility set of firing off, it is just more likely of this to keep moving down. And even if the Clarity Act is going to be bearish, we should be, markets are usually forward looking. I could totally see us dumping into it, squeeze up on approval, and then that's just the big liquidity lower high. Because daily could just trend shift here, going lower low, and then once we actually get the Clarity Act bill passed, that'll just come in for the lower high, and then we'll move down. Because if everything's correct here, we should basically be good to move down at this point. Like, there is really nothing stopping bears, unless we aren't in a bear market anymore, from just moving down. Today even got the deviation, the retest. Just waiting for the trend shift on the daily again. Need to take out 79,250. So again, lower time frame, 4 hours, your easy perspective. You're at the 12-hour EMA 34. It's kind of nice how the 4 hours lining up with the 12-hour, because if the 12-hour gets into a sell trigger, well, look at that. You get confluence of that move to 76,000 with volatility giving you a pretty meaty setup here. Now you have Capo talking about 79, 78K holding. And then, so you have to really then be on the belief that that most likely isn't going to hold. Many are talking about 76,000 holding, logically, just using this wick high. But most likely that also means that's not going to hold. And I'd rather want to just see them move straight to 69K from here. This is where your moving averages will be your friend. What's at 69,000? Why wouldn't this be the most bearish scenario? Because you got biweekly reclaim of the EMA 100. This is where, if you're really calling for this and betting on this, you're not really supposed to until you get the retest at minimum. So if you get this aggressive move down and you do retest 69,200, the 2021 market cycle high, and you do get the retest of the biweekly EMA 100, your chop zone, well, if you're bullish, this is the correct spot to be longing, just so everyone's aware. Bitcoin. And why I'm even mentioning this, because I'm just saying Capo, and a lot of people talk about the 79s holding, 76. This dump is the last leg down before we go up. Well, often, Capo is usually really wrong. So I have to then just wonder if we're about to overshoot all of that, meaning the volatility setups are just going to fire off to the downside here, like what we see in the bear market often. Now, I will say 76,000 will be my TP zone on the ETA short, because I don't need to be guessing here. If we end up losing 76,000, I don't know what that is. Well, now we're just back within this range. This range is very successful, very easy to play down, very respected. And I can just play this down again. Any loss of support gave us the next leg down. Resistance still held. And luckily that'll line up really nicely with, well, again, if you go and view, what is it here? It was on your, no, I actually don't know. I think it's on your monthly. No. Yeah, if you reach 69,200, you better hope for a spring scenario like this, honestly, because that's just going to be pretty damning, actually. Especially if that bleeds into June. But still, nevertheless, I am in summary looking for a move back down to 76,000 from here. As long as you are under 82,150, Bitcoin will be bearish here. And you are going to get a move down. That'll either result into a another retest, just retest going to another high, or this will actually just be a resistance flipped, major support flipped into resistance, rejections off a monthly 9 leading to a macro lower high. When I said this will either turn into a retest, you either just get a monthly retest here. You got the resistance, you got the busting green dildo. You need to retest the cycle high though. If you retest the cycle high and it holds, that will give you a move up. But if you don't, then this will be the start of the next leg down. I'm not going to be putting a lot of weight on 65,000 anymore. I'd rather say 62.2 is going to be our next zone. We'll fill out some of this wick. But at that point, if you're at 62.2, what's really stopping price from going all the way to 49s? Especially when you know volatility is on the cusp of firing off a setup on the monthly. So Bitcoin is very bearish, in my opinion. Still, nothing's really changed. And like I said on Monday, you have to be looking at this spot as just the highest financial opportunity spot. If we are in a bear market, which we technically still are, like that has not changed. So then technically this is the Glock 3000 zone to look at, just like here was and here. So that's what I have on the Bitcoins. Let's go now to Bitcoin dominance here. And luckily, I mean, again, we understand if that 4-hour EMA 100 gets lost, that'll be our big sign that 76,000 is coming. So now we have kind of like an easy day trade spot. We know lower low most likely will lead to a lower high if 4-hour EMA 100 holds. So if you're trading today and you're not positioned with ETA, just pay attention to the 4-hour here. This will be your friend, in my opinion. You either get something like this and then a dump and then that, or it just loses it, retests it, and then you dump, which this might be more likely just based on how volatility is right now. Now we can go to Bitcoin dominance. Let's see here. Let's go to our weekly. That's the most important chart. And let's see what actually has occurred. Now remember, we drew these meme lines here on stream. We're essentially just using 2024 price action, getting some cheeky meme lines. Now what we have is a little resistance in range. Now, since October, your weekly EMA 34 has been massively rejecting Bitcoin dominance, while Bitcoin's been moving down. Bitcoin dominance moves down, Bitcoin moves down. It's interesting. Now what we had was that busting action move. You got back above the weekly 34, and even reclaimed 59.69%, a major spot that needs to be reclaimed. But you haven't retested this zone yet, and that puts this in kind of limbo. You have a weekly volatility setup firing off, which is the biggest weekly volatility setup firing off ever. But this still needs to get a retest. This needs bullish price structure to form still. Nothing ever just goes this straight up, honestly, nothing. You always will get a higher low. You'll get a bullish retest. Here's your bullish price structure, something like that. If this occurs and you get the throwback and it holds 59.69%, that'll be your first big sign that this is about to break out and you are going to go to 62%. But if this ends up not holding 59.69%, that will be your big sign that Bitcoin dominance is about to capitulate. This weekly volatility setup is going to shift in favor of bears again. And this was a massive trap. Very similar to what I mentioned on Bitcoin, where this weekly volatility setup can just flip in favor of bears very fast, just like it flipped in favor of bulls right here in 2024, October. Here was firing off to the downside. Bitcoin went down 20%, but then it got back in favor of bulls, and then you pushed up. So Bitcoin dominance still is giving us, though, that move down we talked about. Let me go back to that. So nothing's really surprising yet. The fun trading will begin once this gets towards that 59.69%. Until then, this just has a free move down, in my opinion. You can go down 1.69% for the culture, and that kind of has implications for Bitcoin just moving down. So this is not bullish. And or at least the lower time frames are saying Bitcoin dominance is more likely to come down, even if it results into a bullish breakout. So why you probably shouldn't be too aggressive on longs on crypto. And we already know that. I mean, specifically when you're at major resistance. Now the monthly as well is showing what the weekly is, which is you haven't got the retest. You got the green dildo. You've gotten the rejection around 61%, but you haven't gotten the retest to 59.69% or even the monthly EMA9. So again, just still more likely to give you that retest. Either holds or it doesn't will be a different story, but still more likely to give a retest, which does just, again, have implications for Bitcoin moving down. And this was the big kind of idea I was talking about, which was kind of guiding my shorts. It just seemed like it was just lining up to either give a retest, and even the most bullish bulls want something like this. So that's Bitcoin dominance. You're just in the process of retesting. 59.69% should hold. And if it doesn't, let that be your first big sign that bears have shifted control here, and we are about to capitulate. You've seen major capitulations off 59.69%. Even if we've gotten above it, held it, once you get back below it, it is detrimental. Here, look at this. Green dildo party, weekly buy trigger, weekly flipped back in favor, lost 59.69%, leading to a major move down. So let's really see if bulls can keep this energy once we reach 59.69%. Because if you see this zone get lost, you're not going to have much of a bull thesis on Bitcoin dominance anymore. Now let's go to tether dominance real fast. And let's really talk about this. Because again, look at the weekly. It looks bad, right? Like, it looks just bad. And even your bi-weekly is looking bad. But this is why when we're really viewing the other time frames, like a monthly, it's actually not looking that bad. We have actually identified anytime we've reached the 6.96%, every single time tether dominance has wicked below it, 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 wicked below it. You've never ever just broken out and gotten a retest here and it got bought up. It's always wicked below it. Now we're using that little bit of knowledge to identify if this is an environment that is a lot stronger than last bear market, last bull market, my apologies. Like, look at what occurred here in the bull market here. You then lost that 6.96% and dumped. Here's your bull market. Here's the endings of the bear market. And in this zone here, you noticed you really could not solidly hold 6.96%. So this month and bi-monthly is interesting because you perfectly went to that zone and you've been getting bought up. This would signal strength to me, strength that we've never seen before on tether dominance if it just bounces from here. Lower, this would be a very shallow higher low to then a higher high break. That's the idea. Versus the higher lows would have to come all the way down to the monthly 9 generally, which is at 6.4%. Now, monthly we talked is in a spring zone. You just need this monthly to flip green. We said that on Monday. You're just waiting for the monthly to flip green, essentially, which is a big thing if that's still 3.9% down. But that is the kind of idea. If this monthly flips green, then that'll result into Bitcoin's monthly massively rejecting. Into June, this will just look like a massive lower high. Again, hindsight trade. Like, oh man, that was easy. Quarterly is looking very strong to me. Higher high break, higher low brewing on the quarterly on tether dominance, which has an implication to make a new all-time high here. We'll go to the daily now and start looking. Daily got back above EMA9, and something I identified on the Discord was the median got reclaimed. So the median got reclaimed, which again was the last big rejection in early May. You got back above the median, and today you tested it. Only objective now is to reach the 7.33% zone or the daily EMA 100, which means at current market price, you still have about a 1.5% before it's all said and done. If tether dominance gets back above the 7.49%, that'll be your first big sign that this has bottomed. You're in a daily buy trigger, and more likely you'll start actually breaking out towards 7.8. You're getting a daily volatility set up here, so a move is coming. And right now, bulls are shifting this in favor. Honestly, they're trying to get some footing here. 5-day did not get the breakdown yet. But that's why once you reach that 7.38% zone, you need to be watching very carefully. Does it reject, or do you actually get back above the 5-day EMA 9, which generally has resulted in major moves up on tether dominance once you do get back above the 5-day EMA 9. And look, you have a very sneaky volatility set up on the 5-day firing off right at the 5-day 34 and bottom 38.2%. A perfect spot to make a trap move here and move up towards the median. On the 5-day, a move up to the median would be about a 6% move, which would result into like 74,500 on Bitcoin. So near that 76K zone. So in summary, and for me, Bitcoin is still massively bearish. We talked about on Monday, where will I need to be bullish, or what will I need to happen for me to become bullish? Very easily, just get back above daily SMA 200. There is no bull market. There's no major moves up under daily SMA 200, this white line. We've even seen 40% bounces in the last bear market, literally a 42% bounce last bear market, leading to a literally weekly was in a buy trigger, just like it is looking good now. Bi-weekly was looking good. But what helped you as a trader was saying, no, daily SMA 200 didn't get reclaimed. So I'm not going to be bullish here. And now what has saved you before Bitcoin made literally a new low off of a 42% mean reversion bounce right to its daily SMA 200. So when Bitcoin has essentially rallied straight up to the daily SMA 200, you're getting a volatility setup. You got the false break out, and now you're back within the range, losing daily EMA 9, and daily is about to trend shift. These are the characteristics on maybe we're finding some kind of local top here, while majority got very bullish on CR. And we are getting that crypto clarity act incoming. And as Mr. Farhana will most likely mention, we are getting some kind of bear moon 2 days after that clarity act. So how funny would it be if it's just that perfect, honestly? Or we do just start dumping now. Markets are forward looking, and onto that clarity act approval, that's where you get your daily lower high forming. Regardless, it's very hard for me to become bullish or even see a bullish outcome farther than like 82,150. So be fully aware of that on Bitcoin. Macro trend is still down, so you cannot really by the book at all be bullish on this on the higher. You can do intraday trades or whatever, but you cannot be looking for a major move up at this point after the monthly has just potentially produced a lower high. These lower highs in the bear market are absolutely disastrous, and they often do really take a while to form. And once they're formed, everyone's bullish. And then once everyone's bullish, this is the perfect time to make the new low. And even here on that 15K, look at another lower low. Took 60 days. That got everyone bullish again. 30K is coming. Bitcoin rejected 25,000 and went all the way to 16,000. So, got to be just watching it in those type of lenses. Because, once it stops for bulls, and the music really does stop. So that's all I have here. Watch very carefully. Daily SMA 200 until we actually get a reclaim. 76,000 is more likely. And I am getting things telling me, honestly, we could just get a major move down to 69,000 from here. So be fully aware of that. And that's all I have. Watch your 4-hour EMA 100 as well on Bitcoin, because that'll be an easy spot.
Share my screen, and we'll dive into the action. We'll shift gears. What's the other gay thing I could say? I can't think of another one.
Let's just not use such a homosexual one, please. That'd be just my 2 cents in here.
So we started on the daily on the HPDR. So we do have momentum starting to flip or still flipping down. We have that bearish divergence continuing to play out. we did make a local top right at this region, and we are starting to move towards the easy target of that bearish divergence, which is somewhere around $79,000. I do think it's going to come probably a little bit lower than that area to somewhere around the 78 zone and take out this last major low somewhere around $79,250. Once you take that out somewhere between 78 and 76, I am looking to see that bounce, or somewhere between 78 and 77. And the line in the sand will be 76. If you get any type of closures below $76,000, and that is out of the window, and probably going to dump from there to somewhere around 70,000, maybe 69,000 before any type of bounce. As of now, we are at this bottom 38.2%, not really giving any support. Not likely this is going to be the area where you're going to bounce. This is right around $79,700. And Joel's also giving you a sell signal here. Let's go down. 12 hours also approaching that 38.2%. Momentum flip down. Volatility is expanding. You got a bearish cross here, the pink crossing below the yellow. If you close below 79,460, that's what brings you to that move for somewhere around 78 to 77. 8 hours also right at that same spot, right at the 38.2%. They're all right around 79.6, 79.7. Where if you lose that, that brings you into that 78, 77 region. Four hours also freshly flipped back down. Did you put any divergence here? Let's see. No, nothing really. Very close to making it into the bearish control zone. And 4 hours on the verge of a breakdown here with the loss of this 38.2%. This is that $80,000. So basically telling you any 4 hour closes below $80,000, and you're likely going to get a move down to somewhere around 77, 78. The 78.6% right now, which would be the target, is right around $77,800. And this 200 SMA is going to rise with every single close, and this is likely eventually going to also line up with that 77.8 ish area, and that should be a pretty significant level of support. See, the last time we came to test this 200 on the 4 hour. Previously was an area of deviation, and then once we broke above it, just started going up. We haven't tested it in a long time. Come on. And 2 hours got that breakdown with the first silver cross down. The target from this loss of 38.2% would be somewhere around 78.6, and that puts you into the low $79,000 region. Let's see when you got the last breakdown of the loss of it. It was in this region here, and you came to tap basically right around the 78.6. Alright, let's go to 2 day. 2 days also still very, very close to getting that silver cross. This closes in 1 day and 9 hours, and as long as we are closing over about $77,200, this is going to eventually cross. And once you do get that cross, you likely will get a nice little pump scale along with it. But as of now, with the projections of this top 38.2%, you are likely to move down towards the median, which is somewhere around that 77,000 region, 77.7 to be exact. And if you were to see a move down to the actual 21.55 itself, that puts you into the low 77 region. And if you then get a weekly close or 2 day close below the median, this is what tells you that you're probably just going to break down towards $70,000. Let's look at this momentum. This is starting to get close to flipping down. It's right at the moving average, but it hasn't flipped down yet. And volatility is still expanding. 5 day currently also starting to flip down, putting in possibility for hidden bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below $79,250. And if this does confirm, any ideas for this region is going to be thrown out, and this is going to come down to somewhere around $69,000 minimum. Excuse me. At that point, this is likely going to get maybe a little bit of a bounce right around $69,000, $70,000. That bounce probably fails, and then it's going to come down to somewhere around $57,000 next, probably $57,000, $58,000. Going to really come down to this 5 day close, where if this does close below this wick low, confirming a local top here, confirming the hidden bearish divergence, it's going to bring you down to prices low enough that would invalidate the monthly hidden bullish divergence. As of now, it's still just a possibility, and we do have this bullish cross, although it's arguable this has played out. Let's Let's go. This closes at about 2 days. Weekly continued to get a rejection from that 100 EMA, and this top 38.2%. That would bring you lower towards somewhere around that 78 to about $78,000, $77,000 region to tap somewhere around this weekly 9 EMA. And weekly is also putting in possibility for hidden bearish divergence, taking out even the high from the all-time highs on momentum, whereas price is still making a lower high. And if this confirms, this is going to give you a minimum target down to somewhere around $60,000, somewhere between 60 and 58,000. But this is going to require a close below 74,931 to confirm. And you're close, not very close, but kind of close to getting this cross. You're going to have to maintain closes over $77,000 for probably another like 2 or 3 weeks, and then this will cross. Two weeks still flipped up, but it's right around that reset zone, so it should be considered neutral momentum here, not positive or negative, with volatility back to basically 0%, and you're still continuing on this 2-week buy signal here. Let's mark this one off and see if the average move has been completed. And let's mark it towards the sell signal. I'm not going to take this one because it's kind of very different from the one we have now. When we have now, the curvature is very upwards, whereas this is kind of so flat. Go back to the current one for a second. All right. And we'll take it for call it at this one since we're all the way back to 2015. Let's remove the HPDR for a second. This one, 2015, was at 34% move up. Doesn't look like that much here. This one was quite large. 2023-ish. Let's see. So initially about 21% initially, and then went up towards about 50% and 60%, 65%. I'm going to omit all of these. And the reason I'm omitting all of that is because I don't believe we're in the same situation where we're about to just go to the heavens. About 30% lines up, and about 50%, which also lines up with that previous one. And the higher end one was about 60%, but I think that one's pretty unlikely. And as of now, from the current one, we are up about 25%. So we're very close to that. Well, basically, we're very close to that minimum move, right around 20, we're a little bit above that minimum move, very close to that second minimum move, right around 30%. And that one would take us to, if we do hit that one, right around $86,000, which is basically the next significant level of resistance that we have right around this month, 2-week 21 EMA after closing over the 55. And what will invalidate this close over the 55 is if you confirm that weekly hidden bearish divergence, and then this is not going to matter anymore. And you're close to getting that silver cross down. This will cross down as long as you are closing below about $85,000. Let's make that disappear. Just for funsies, let's see if we were to do that 40 to 50% move. Not looking for this, just for funsies. About 90,000, 92,000. And about just below $100,000. The monthly is also flipped up on momentum, getting that monthly closure back over the moving average. This is the first time monthly has gotten a close back over the moving average since basically right around our all-time highs. The next time before there we got a first close above that moving average was right in this late 2024 region, right around election time, when we went to all-time highs. And the difference between this point here is in 2022 bear market, when we came back up to test this moving average, we did get a rejection, and then flipped down, and that gave us the second low off of FTX. And then we did get a bullish divergence here because we made a higher low off of the FTX dump from the Luna dump, where FTX went to a lower price than Luna. So that gave us bullish divergence, and then that ended the bear market. But as of now, we don't have that bullish divergence, if you know. Kind of hard to end a bear market without any high time frame bullish divergence. But we do have momentum flipping back up. So this isn't exactly like a omega super bullish signal that all-time high is $200,000 is next. Just that you're probably going to come around here to test the edge of this bearish control zone, and probably going to get your rejection there, which instead of putting in bullish divergence like you did here, you're going to put in some hidden bearish divergence. And then as long as you're closing the monthly below $85,800, which we're going to get to in the momentum chart, you're going to fire off a monthly volatility setup to the downside. We'll get to that set up on the momentum chart. And as of now, you are still playing out this sell signal with the pink crossing below the yellow. This is the second time in history that this has happened. The first time was on the Luna crash, and this is also the cryptocurrency, by the way. And this is happening higher up than it happened on Luna, which should theoretically make it more powerful. And you're completely skipping the neutral phase, going directly to the sell phase, which only other time this happened before this was in the 2018 bear market. Let's mark this one off. See how much has moved down so far from the Luna one. Let's go to Luna. Went up a little bit higher. Went up about 11%. And then we went down 26, about 59% on Luna. So close to 60%. Let's take this one now. How much have we done? We've done about 45%. So we haven't done, we've done close to the same move as Luna, but we haven't exactly done that full extent. So if we were to take it right around that 50% to 60%, 50% brings us to about, $54,000. Very interesting. That is one of our major levels, right around that 55,000 to 60, 55,000 to 58,000 level. And then if we were to take it 60%, like the similar Luna move, brings us to around $43,000. And if you were to remember that monthly volatility setup that we currently have, it does have a 50% move on average. So if we do fire it off to the downside with a monthly closure below 85,800, let's say the monthly closes around, let's be super generous and say it closes at $82,000, $81,000, 50% would bring us right around that 40,000 region. Let's say it closes at $79,000, that brings us to about like 39-ish, 39.5, somewhere around that region, right around that $40,000 region. But and the beauty of that monthly setup is tells you that if you close over 85.8, it's fired off to the upside, probably going to go to all-time highs. Fires off, it closes below 85.8, it's going to fire off to the downside, and then you're probably going to visit somewhere around $40,000. And also monthly is still below this 9 EMA. As long as you are closing below this area, probably going to end up coming down. Got 18 days left to go. Eternity in cryptocurrency then could play out to the other side though. Quarterly is also flipped down, coming back to retest the edge of the bearish control zone. This would be where you get your bearish retest, technically wise, and you're coming back to retest your 5 and getting a rejection from there as of this moment. And you're getting a sell signal here on the jewel, and every single time the quarterly has been even a neutral signal, you have gone into a bear market, let alone the sell signal. The sell signal is just a formality. Let's go back to the HPDR. And the monthly 38.2%, 61.8% is right around that 86,000 region, also making it a very insignificant level of resistance. So even if you do tap that area, probably going to reject. And if it does reject, doesn't close over 85.8, you won't have that monthly volatility set up to the upside. You'll have it to the downside. Quarterly is also at that 61.8%. Let's look at RSI. Tether's got bullish divergence on the daily. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over 7.009%. Your next target is going to be somewhere around the simple moving average. That puts you at around 7.3%. And volatility is back to extreme lows. Nothing there. 8 hours about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. And zoom in here. This is going to confirm with any close over 7.170%, and that gives you a move into the bullish control zone, and that sits right around 7.37%. And you got volatility about to start firing off too with this hidden bullish divergence form. 4 hours got multiple drives of bullish divergence. This is going to target somewhere between 7.2 and 7.7. With volatility now expanding. Let's zoom in here. 2 days also putting in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This is going to be multiple drives. This is going to confirm with any close over 7.188%. And you got volatility now starting to tick up too from many periods of 0%. This would give you a minimum target of 7.33% on confirmation. 3 days still got bearish divergence with volatility at 0%. This will be invalidated with the close over 7.513. 5 days also still got bearish divergence. If it were to come back up and test the edge of the bearish control zone, that'd be right around that 7.3 number that we previously saw as a target of our bullish divergence. And then if this bearish divergence were to continue, this gives you a target of 5.65%. With volatility now very close to firing off. We'll get to this on the momentum chart. 6 days also got 3 drives of bearish divergence. The next target from there would be about 6.65. Weekly's also got bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 8.146. And this is going to give you a target of the bearish control zone, which is right around 7.07. Pretty close. Weekly's also very close to volatility expansion also. 2 week, but the local top about to come down to the edge of the bullish control zone. That puts you around 6.8%. And monthly also very close to confirming hidden bearish divergence between this high here and this macro high from the 2022 bear market. You did make a lower high where momentum took out the previous high, and this is going to confirm with the local top with any close below 7.094%. If that does confirm, tether dominance is going to have a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. Bitcoin's already have the hidden bullish divergence. That would give you a target down to around 5.47%. So right around that 5.6 number that we previously saw. And this is going to require, once again, a close below 7.094%, which would then invalidate that bullish divergence you currently have on Tether. And as of now, this is just a possibility. There is no local tops. There is no bearish divergence. Bitcoin is putting in a fresh drive of bearish divergence here with multiple drives. This is going to confirm with any close below $80,270, and then that will give you a move down to somewhere around 78,800 on confirmation, and that would be a sweep of this previous major low, with volatility now back to extreme lows. Nothing there. Fuck. 8 hours about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This is going to confirm with any close below $80,400, and that gives you a move down to somewhere around 78,000 on confirmation, with volatility at extreme lows. Four hours already has the bearish divergence. That gives you a move down to somewhere around 79,000 flat, with volatility now starting to expand. And 2 hours got bearish divergence. Gives you a target to somewhere around 77. 2 days now, also putting in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. This is going to confirm with any close below $80,119, and that will give you a move towards somewhere around $79,000 on confirmation, somewhere between 79 and 75,000. And that would be basically to right around your cross, right around that 77 region. 3 days still got bullish divergence. If you were to come down to the simple moving average, this is going to update several times. As of now, it's right around like 79. And you, if you were to come down below this region, this would then put in hidden bullish divergence as long as you are closing over 76.3. Lose 76, and there's no longer any divergence possible here. Probably going to put in some hidden bearish. Actually, you are going to put in hidden bearish divergence because you took out this previous high from this high here, and I believe you took out the high from all-time highs. You did indeed. So that's going to be very significant hidden bearish divergence if that does confirm. And that'll give you a move down to somewhere around $56,000 on confirmation. 5 days also putting in that possible hidden bearish divergence. If this closes below 79,250, this will confirm that 5-day hidden bearish divergence, which will then very likely invalidate that 5-day setup. And then that's going to give you a move down to a minimum of this simple moving average around 66,000. Probably going to get a little bounce there, and then eventually 54s. Is it the bullish control zone? No. Weekly's got a local bottom. This will be active as a local bottom as long as you're closing over 74,981. If you do close below that area, this is going to also confirm hidden bearish divergence, and then you're going to get a minimum target down to somewhere around the simple with the edge of the bearish control zone first, and that is $55,500 with a simple moving average at $45,000. And weekly's got volatility expanding, but we'll get to that momentum chart. 2 week also still has hidden bullish divergence. If you were to come down, that would be somewhere around like 77, 76, and the edge of the bullish control or the bearish control zone is currently sitting at 83.6. The easy target from this divergence was the simple moving average, which you have here. And monthly has that confirmed drive of hidden bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing monthlies above $66,993, so say about $67,000. And your next target on the divergence is going to be the neutral zone, and that currently sits at around 82.6. And the simple moving average is currently at around $101,000, and the bullish control zone is about $117,000. But none of these upper numbers are irrelevant as long as you're below $86,000. And we'll get to that in the momentum chart. And quarterly still got bearish divergence. You have hit the easy target, which was the simple moving average and the edge of the bullish control zone. If you were to continue, this is going to have a next target of 63.2. And 6 months still forming that 3 drives of bearish divergence. If this does confirm, this is going to give you a minimum target down to somewhere around this simple 21 EMA, which is going to continue to rise. It's going to be right around that 43, 44, somewhere around that region, 44,000, 43,000 region. And that would be that move of the minimum 50 or the average 50% move on a monthly volatility setup. Now look at momentum. Alrighty. Daily currently freshly flipped down. We did flip up. I believe it was 2 days ago. Daily close, and then we flipped immediately back down, and we are going to be down as long as we're closing below $80,500, with volatility back to extreme lows. Zoom in here. There's a little bit of a hopium inverse head and shoulders here on the momentum. These are a little bit more effective on momentum oscillators than they are on price. And you're still in the bullish control zone as long as you're above the 60 region. But you do have that bearish divergence even on stochastic, which will give you a minimum target to this 21 right around like 79, 78s. 12-hour also freshly flipped down, rejecting the bullish control zone with volatility at 2 periods of 0%. And you're going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 81.5. 8 hours also flipped down, rejecting the bullish control zone. Volatility is starting to tick up from extreme lows, and you're going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 81.7. You do have bearish divergence in the 8 hour as well. 4 hours also freshly flipped down with volatility now expanding, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 80,150. go to the index. All right, 2 days also flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 82,200. But the whole time momentum has been down, volatility has been contracting, about to approach extreme lows. And if you close probably tomorrow over $77,000, $77,200, this is going to cross. This is like a ballsack here away from crossing. And you're now resting at the 9. Not really getting any type of bounce from it, also. It doesn't really matter. And 5 days currently flipped up, but very close to flipping down. This will flip down in about 2 days and 9 hours if you close below $80,500. And if you do flip this down, this is going to confirm multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence, because you have taken out every one of these previous highs on momentum. I believe you even took out the high from all-time highs. You did indeed. So if you do confirm this divergence, this is going to be very significant, and this is going to give you a target down to minimum $60,000 for a little bounce, and then probably somewhere in that $55,000 to $58,000 region. It's very close to, on the RSI as well as the stochastic to confirming that divergence. On the RSI, you got to close below 79,250. On the stochastic, you got to close below 80,500. Weekly is still flipped up. Weekly is currently firing off. Let's go back to 5-day first for now, because the 5-day is still firing off that 5-day volatility setup with the touch and go of 15%. But if you do get momentum flipping down, that will invalidate that setup. And then this isn't going to fire necessarily. This isn't going to fire off a 5-day setup to the downside. Then this is just going to take the 5-day volatility back to the extreme lows, and then from there you get another setup firing off. But with that hidden bearish divergence, you are probably going to get a 5-day volatility setup to the downside. And weekly also has hidden bearish divergence, with weekly currently also firing off a volatility setup to the upside. And this is going to be active as long as weekly is closing over 67,900, let's say about $68,000. And this will be active. And if it does flip down, that's where you confirm that hidden bearish divergence. But let's see from how much we are up, since we got about 15%. Or since we started expanding, actually. Here we're seeing a 5.5% move up. So let's look at the previous volatility setups on the weekly. This one started firing off to the downside, and then when it got above the 15%, right over here, I believe. Here. So you did see a little bit of a move down. You saw 8% down. And then as volatility started expanding, 16%, 21%, 29.9%, 38%, right around 38% was your local top. Let's try the next one. Here's one. From here, you went down about 10%, and then 12, about 18, 25, 38, 85. Wow, pretty big. Here's another one. And as of now, we have yet to see a weekly setup give a failure. %, 24%, 48%. So with all of these previous moves of minimum 20%, I think it's a little bit less likely that this one's only going to be a 5% move. It's just statistics. 30% here, 40%. So let's say 38% would be that higher end number, and I'm going to omit the bigger moves. And 20% is the low end number. So from here, 5.5% currently. Let's take it about 20%. That does bring us to about $94,000. Just for funsies, let's take that 40%. And this would be around 110. But once again, as long as you are below 86,000, it's not actionable. Close over 86,000 on the monthly, then that fires off that bullzooka, if you want to call it, or starship to Mars. We'll throw in an Elon Musk for reference there. 2-week currently is flipped up with volatility almost back to extreme lows, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 66,500. Right. I like to see that weekly and 2-week volatility pivots are very close to each other, 66.5 and 67.9. And monthly is currently flipped down with volatility very close to firing off. This is getting right above that 15%, which does tell you that this monthly pivot is going to be very, very key, and tells you if you close monthlies above this 85,800 level, this is going to flip monthly back up. This is going to put in monthly hidden bullish divergence on stochastic, which you already have on the RSI, and this is going to give you that volatility setup, which currently does also have a 100% hit rate. So kind of really just makes it simple for you that if monthly closes over, you'll have that 50% move to the upside. Monthly closes below, you'll get the 50% move to the downside. So let's just for funsies, we'll take it 50% down.
That'll be 39,500.
Yeah, and then 50% up, and you guys can do the math. That's right.
That would be 160. No. 50% up, which is half. I'm sorry. So no. 40 you would have to. Yeah. I'm off by quite a lot. On the way down it's fine. On the way up I'm off by a lot. On the way up would be like 120.
Yeah, like 120.
Yeah, somewhere in the basically exactly 120.
Boom. Basic math.
Quick math.
I'm here counting on my fingers too as I'm trying to calculate it.
Fuck all of us, Jesus Christ.
Hey, fellas, remember the reason I dropped out of college is because I couldn't pass calculus. So that really does make it super simple for you. That monthly closes above 120s, monthly closes below 40K, pretty easy. And you wouldn't want to just blindly long or short just because you get the close above. Probably want to wait for either a lower high or a higher low. Even if you close above this area, you're going to want to wait for a little bit of a pullback, because even if you close over 86,000, that's where you're probably going to more likely get that pullback. More bulls get liquidated in a bull market than a bear market. Fun fact. Because they're too
faggots.
They're too aggressive.
Can't take a little drawdown.
You get one bullish close and you 100x long. First half of a percent pullback liquidates you
on a day's work.
It's still not impressive as Michael Saylor running $330 down to 40 cents in 2001.
Because that's true Michael Saylor, I'm telling you. I know it sounds weird, but MicroStrategy is part of the Bitcoin strategy. The Bitcoin strategy is whoever owns Bitcoin, which let's call it the United States, so that we can all beg for stable coins, which we are doing right now. Have Michael Saylor, so you can do this publicly with one of the guys that couldn't manage a fucking company by itself, who came up with a brilliant idea of doing this, getting money from the public, etc. That's also a government psyop, in my opinion. Now, it doesn't mean everything is going to zero and exploding and whatnot. But now that it's popular, it's not going to give you the returns that NVIDIA and all these other companies are giving you. And you can see it from 2020 to now. It's literally, if you would have invested in AI, you would have made so much more money. But I'm guessing your favorite billionaire has never invested in AI, and they only invested in Bitcoin and are trying to protect you by telling you to buy Bitcoin. You have to be a complete moron to believe that story. Either way, I'm out.
Yeah, when Bitcoin was at like $600 and they were shitting on Bitcoin, they were buying the Bitcoins. And then when they flipped over to the Bitcoin train, then they started buying the AI shit.
And the best part is, they even tell you, like these billionaires that started talking about Bitcoin 2021, 2022, they're like, oh yeah, I bought it 2013, but I was silent until whenever. So what does that tell you? The guy's a fucking sack of shit liar. And why is he telling you that now? You know, he's the one selling it to you. It's obvious as fuck, but hey, it's a conspiracy theory.
They probably had like their asset manager put in like a fraction of a percent of their net worth into Bitcoin, but since the price was so low back then, they got a huge stockpile.
Well, if the United States government did Bitcoin, which I really strongly feel about it like that right now, I would say that a lot of people were told.
I see. Yeah, then they would just bought very large amounts and for pennies on the dollar, and now they're sitting on enormous Bitcoin stockpiles, and they have unlimited amounts to sell to manipulate the price as they see fit.
That's right.
And they don't really even lose money if they just dump it all in one market clip, because then they also got a short running on the other side. So whatever the money they would lose on the slippage, they just made back on the short.
That's how it works, senor. Thank you. Thank you. The whole stock market works like that.
Where people the first thing they go to is, but they're losing money on the slippage.
Nope.
But they're making money on the opposite side.
Way more. Absolutely. Because they're the ones really moving the market.
And then everybody who tries to buy the dip just donates money to them.
Yes, that's why it's brilliant. And the fact that people fight this idea is even more brilliant.
But they only
We're trading against those retards, just so you guys know.
Once or twice a year. So quarterly is still flipped down, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $101,000, plus volatility is at the lowest point ever. So to give a quick rundown on the higher time frames, it is kind of getting right, or basically it's getting right to that edge where if the monthly does close over 85.8, that will give you a monthly volatility setup to the upside. Close below 85.8, that's going to give you a monthly volatility setup to the downside. You are more likely at this point to close below that 85.8 area, especially because $85,000 to $86,000 is a very significant level of resistance. And even if you were to get a massive girthy green dildo on some clarity act getting passed, probably will reject $86,000 on that first tap around. And then you got about, I'd say like 2 weeks to run that back to $86,000 and get a close over there, and then you'll get that set up. But what's more likely is once you get that rejection, if you do put in a local top on the weekly, that will give you weekly hidden bearish divergence, making it a lot more unlikely that you will get that monthly close over 85.8. Then you'll get that monthly volatility set to the downside. It does have a 100% hit rate. It would go along with the quarterly bearish divergence, the quarterly jewel sell signal, and that would take you to right around 40,000, somewhere in the high 30s. But if you were to close over 85.8, say you close at 86,000, 50% move takes you to basically your current all-time highs. And on the weekly and the 5-day, we currently are firing off weekly and 5-day volatility setups, which the weekly one has only done about 5.5%, which is the lowest of any of the previous ones ever. The minimum move on the weekly setup is somewhere around 20%, and if that does continue out, that would give you that would bleed into the monthly, which will then take you to all-time highs. So it's really like a little stepping pattern. But the 5-day bleeds into the weekly, which then bleeds into the monthly. But as of now, as long as you are below $86,000, I would be expecting that monthly setup to fire off to the downside. And the weekly setup it doesn't have a 100% hit rate like the monthly does. It's almost 100%, somewhere in the 90s, but it's not quite 100%. So the weekly is less effective than the monthly. And the weekly is currently to the upside, but if we do confirm that hidden bearish divergence, which is very close, that'll invalidate that. That'll be the lowest monthly weekly setup we've ever had, and then we'll fire off that monthly setup and we'll run it to somewhere around 40,000. And the invalidation right now on being bearish or long term is going to be a weekly close over about $97,800 or a monthly close over 85.8. And the invalidation for being bullish would be any weekly close below about 74.9. That happens, then you're probably going to come down to 60 and then somewhere in the 55 to 58 region.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. All righty, let's fucking get to this motherfucking shit. Thank you. I got the Robert Downey Jr. and Tropic Thunder thing going right now. Yeah. Yeah, boy. Yeah.
What do you mean, you people?
What do you mean, you people? One of the greatest. That's one of the greatest characters in any movie ever made. So thank you, Mr. Robert Downey Jr. for that. Appreciate you.
And I also love that he didn't become a cuck and go out and apologize for that movie.
No, that's ridiculous. It's like I always say, and my favorite example of how stupid society was um, they were telling people, stupid society keeps getting stupider. Look at me, prime example. But back then, at least I didn't fall for this one. They had like retards protesting, like, I'm sorry, mentally handicapped people protesting that Ben Stiller was playing a mentally handicapped person. And I was like, why is anyone listening to a bunch of retards? Like, that's number one, the first problem. That, you know what I mean? If not, why are they not the CEO of NVIDIA and all these companies? That was a big sign for me. That was a big sign. All right.
It's like when the white knights on Twitter tried to go after Rami Malek for playing an Egyptian, and then they found out that he's actually Egyptian.
Oh, dude, it's terrible. If anyone should be offended, it's Mexicans. Can I tell you? Because every show where there's a Mexican and they pretend to speak Spanish, they don't speak Spanish properly. Like, they don't even get a Mexican that speaks Spanish. Like, they hire a Latino guy that has an American passport, has never been to Mexico or eaten a fucking taco in his entire life. It's so upsetting. And no one says anything.
And
So shut the fuck up, everyone. Pablo Escobar was a Brazilian actor in the Netflix show. Like, you probably don't know because you don't speak Spanish that fluently where you can hear accents. That dude spoke Spanish like shit. What's wrong with hiring a fucking Mexican?
Colombian? I couldn't tell.
Say that again?
He wasn't speaking Spanish Colombian style. I couldn't tell.
No, dude. No. He tried, but you could hear that the dude was not like a Spanish speaker first language, which is ridiculous. It's not like there's a lack of Latinos that can do a Colombian accent in the world. You know what I mean? Like, there's more of us now than anything else. But yeah, anyways, it's fucking retarded. As retarded as the people protesting Tropic Thunder. Either way, I'll get to this. Ok, damas y caballeros, rápidamente antes de ir al análisis de Bitcoin, bienvenidos a todos los miembros de Elite Trading Academy. Buenas tardes. Ahorita vamos a ver Costco, Metronic, por supuesto. También vamos a ver Lennar para ver cómo va lo de las casas. Te digo, Elías, sin tener que ver eso, y ahorita vamos a ver la tabla, definitivamente vamos a un 2008 más duro, porque en el 2008 no tuviste el nivel de inflación inmobiliaria que tuviste ahorita. Y en todo lo demás, lo interesante será cómo sales de esto al futuro en el que vamos. Y eso claramente, por eso los stablecoins están llegando ahorita. Es como perfecto timing, pero no sé qué tan... Estamos entrando en un nuevo paradigma, tío. Lo más fácil es literalmente invertir en la bolsa, en mi opinión. Si quieres comprar casa para comprar casa en ti, chingón. Pero resultados como los que vimos en el 2008-2009, donde incentivaron a todo el mundo a comprar casa, todavía había una bolsa de trabajo extremadamente potente y podías contratar un chingo de gente. Pero de nuevo, la bolsa de trabajo en el 2020 fue completamente falsificada por las empresas grandes sobrecontratando gente, y eso literalmente lo puedes ver en el servicio que te dan todas las empresas y en la calidad de todos sus productos, cómo se volvió una mierda para la gente que no lo entienda. ¿Por qué? Porque pues, cuando sobrecontratas gente, estás contratando a gente que no debería tener trabajo y por eso son gente más inferior en cuanto se refiere al desarrollo como empleados, ¿ok? ¿Qué más? Trade, buenos días. Ahora vemos Xuau. Ya lo habíamos visto la pasada, ¿no, Iken? Pero ahorita lo vemos otra vez. Vi que Binance saca una tarjeta. Sí, pero todas estas tarjetas, Binance, también Coinbase tiene una que te paga 2% de vuelta. Son simplemente como cualquier otra tarjeta de crédito, no significa mucho. Ari Wall Street, lo que dices es correcto. Justamente lo que sentiste y lo que te hizo sentirte aliviado en ese punto es exactamente lo que necesitabas. Tus sentimientos en realidad son lo que te hablan, ¿no? Porque lo sientes. No hay manera de mentirte con tus sentimientos. Tu mente te hace pensar que no, pero tus sentimientos son tal cual. Ahorita vemos RTX, el QQQ, mis huevos, otra vez ExxonMobil. Y ya, ok. Ahorita le damos a todo lo demás y les contesto las preguntas de Tesla, etcétera. Estamos viendo Bitcoin, los Bitcoin, nada mal. Honestamente, si estuvieron aquí en el último en vivo, creo que estamos tal cual. ¿Moví eso o no? Ok, no. Estamos tal cual con lo que habíamos dicho y no me cambio todavía de posición en esto. donde les habíamos contado que íbamos a tener este rechazo e íbamos a ver posiblemente los 76. Los 76 en tu semanal son literalmente tu promedio del 9. Y aquí es donde va a caer todo. Yo me imaginaría, y esto tienen que pensarlo, ¿desde hace cuánto les dije que el Clarity Act iba a ser lo que nos fuera a tirar, no? Se me hace muy temprano para que nos tiren. Lo que están haciendo ahorita también, en este momento, es abrir oportunidad a la gente que esperaba el movimiento para abajo cuando primero fue para arriba, que fue lo que yo les dije, ¿no? Me voy a quedar en long, que fue lo que aposté este fin de semana porque les metieron miedo. Y ahí fue donde todo el mundo había salido y decir, no, güey, vamos a 78 o 76, y no lo fuimos. Yo creo que ahora vamos y posiblemente aguante el primer retesteo. ¿Por qué? Porque recuerda, el mercado, tienes que pensar en la bolsa como si fuera un casino. Cuando vas al casino en Las Vegas, el casino quiere que ganes o que pierdas. Quiere que pierdas, porque estás jugando contra la casa. La bolsa quiere que ganes o que pierdas. Que pierdas. ¿Y cómo hacen eso? Dándote noticias pendejas como las que estás leyendo, ¿no? Y las que estás viendo todo el tiempo. Entonces, bastante sencillo. Si te dicen que el Clarity Act es alcista y todo el mundo lo pone alcista, 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 alcista. Esto es lo que la gente llama compra la noticia y vende, compra el rumor y vende la noticia, ¿no? Pero la realidad es que lo que estás comprando es cómo van a engañar a todo el mundo. Es la cruda realidad. ¿Y cuándo lo estás vendiendo? Cuando se acaba el engaño, cuando viene el engaño a ser ejecutado, ¿ok? Eso es la realidad de cómo se ve eso. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que estás viendo en esta tabla? Bitcoin está siendo rechazado por el promedio del 100 semanal, que fue justamente esto que fue retesteado ahorita, hasta ahorita. Lo que estoy diciendo y lo que estamos platicando ahorita, los voy a llevar a la diaria, justamente aquí. Ya pude arreglar mi problema con mi EMA, que era el EMA 200, no el SMA 200. Aquí está mi SMA 200, no lo hemos tocado todavía. Perfecta trampa, también me encanta que no lo hayamos retesteado todavía. Y esto fue lo que hablaba Alex y lo que estábamos diciendo en el stream pasado fue el lunes, ¿no? Sí, el lunes, porque hoy es miércoles. De que vamos a probablemente ver una caída ahorita, acomodarnos en esos 76. Y puedes ver que esos 76 en la semanal, también acá en la diaria, es donde está el promedio del 55 y también tu promedio del 100. ¿Por qué es importante eso? Porque si no aguanta esta zona, ya la veniste a retestear, ¿no? Ya rompiste, te hizo el engaño, retesteo para arriba. Si bien, a mi opinión, vienes a tocar otra vez el promedio del 100 diario, tiene que reventarlo ya a la baja. Porque una vez que tienes la ruptura a la alza, confirmación, ¡pum!, retesteo y explotas, lo que sigue debería ser ya no tocar esta zona. Entonces, ver que el precio viene para acá, como lo habíamos dicho, a esta zona me hace pensar que tal vez no se ve tan bien como todo el mundo estaba pensando, ¿no? Y también otra cosa que tengo que decir, tío, Solana debajo de 91.23, adivinen qué, debilidad absoluta, por más que hayas tenido un cruce plateado, estás retesteando el promedio del 9 que está en 91.81, vas para abajo con bastante fuerza en Solana. Tienes una vela absolutamente engañosa aquí arriba y instantánea, casi confirmación de ella. Tienes que recuperarte fuerte, ¿ok? Ahorita lo que están haciendo, y por lo que no creo que simplemente vayamos a caer de una y puedes tener otro impulso a la alza, mañana es cuando pasan o no pasan el Clarity Act. ¿Eso qué quiere decir? Estamos cerca también de que nos den, si lo pongo acá, y yo sé que muchos van a decir, no mames, estamos cerca de otra de estas lunas. Y pueden notar que estas lunas nos señalan que ya hemos visto el tope, las blancas que hemos visto el fondo. Ya tuvimos la última blanca y ¿qué sigue? Una azul. Y esa azul nos va a decir que ya vimos el tope. Todo eso se alinea también con el Clarity Act. Puta madre, pueden entender por qué estoy emocionado de esto, sobre todo diciendo lo del Clarity Act en cuanto nos enteramos, ¿no? Que lleva tanto. Esa va a ser una predicción buena. No es una predicción, es literalmente para que aprendan ustedes, como yo también, que efectivamente así es como funciona este sistema. ¿Ok? En lo que estamos viendo a Bitcoin caer en estos 79.100, lo que nosotros esperamos es que literalmente esta zona aguante, donde tienes la línea morada. ¿Por qué? Porque la línea morada es la zona que fue antes resistencia, resistencia, ¡pum!, la vuelves soporte, haces un SFP y revientas a la alza. Si esta línea morada que está aquí en los 76, y te voy a enseñar de dónde viene para que puedas entender el por qué, no aguanta porque no es una línea plana. Ahí es donde te vas al pito. Y esa línea morada si la pongo en la semanal, déjeme quito mis lunas, ¿no? Quiero que vean esto. Vengo de... Un segundo. Tope del 2021. Tope, espérenme, lo voy a tener que mover tantito. Ahí está. Ahí está. Ok. Tope 2021, tope 24, rechazo, caída antes de llegar a altos históricos. Los primeros. ¡Pum! Altos históricos, ¡pum! Altos históricos. Pero una vez que caíste esto, lo retesteaste una vez y ahora vienes para acá, ¿no? Retomar esta línea, literalmente, te pone en toda esta área, ¿no? No retomar esta línea oficialmente y caer bajo ella te lleva a mínimo el promedio del 200 que viene aquí en la semanal, ¿no? El SMI 200. Sí. La estupidez que les cuentan a todos ustedes que los bancos van a perder ahorita. Qué divertido. Cuando oyes tonterías también así que no tienen sentido, tío, no le vas a ganar a los bancos, no le vas a ganar a los políticos, no le vas a ganar a las instituciones, no de la manera en la que lo estamos haciendo. La manera de hacerlo es no participando en sus juegos. Pero ahí están todos de pendejos, ¿no? Cuando me conviene escucho al político, cuando no. Yo no le creo nada al político, pero ojalá y compre mi Bitcoin y me diga de los extraterrestres. O sea, por el amor de Dios. Una vez más, ¿qué es lo que ocurre? Rechazo en el 2021, rechazo en el 2024, hasta que vas para abajo, revientas a la alza por ahí de noviembre del 2024 a los altos, ¿no? Que viste. Y luego vienes en los aranceles, justamente aquí, te apoyas y revientas otra vez a altos históricos. Vienes, caes. La primera vela de acá, no sé si lo puedan ver desde lejos, entonces me voy a acercar más. La primera vela que lo hace toca el soporte para hacerte pretender que, güey, no hay pedo, vamos a aguantar, esto simplemente es nada. Y luego caes. Y una vez, algo que me encanta de este juego de Bitcoin, ¿no? Que hace lo mismo, pero el sentimiento te hace cambiar de opinión siempre. ¿Por qué? Porque el sentimiento es dictado, implantado con estos pensamientos que le meten a la gente, a tu Paco favorito, a repetir lo que todo el mundo está haciéndoles repetir. Y eso es básicamente que estás en un mercado alcista, que definitivamente algo diferente está pasando, pero ¿qué es lo que notas instantáneamente de cómo funciona Bitcoin si pones 2 centavos de atención? Este mínimo es más alto que este. Y normalmente Bitcoin antes de verdad subir, mínimo se hubiera llevado este mínimo en los 58. No lo hizo. Le tuvo respeto y aquí tienes un cierto tendencia alcista, entre comillas, y eso lo está usando la gente como si fuera alcista. Antes, y no me canso de repetirlo, pero pues tengo que hacerlo, antes de subir bajas, antes de subir bajas, antes de bajar subes, antes de bajar subes. Todavía no hay nada que haya cambiado en eso. La única cosa que cambió en esto fue el sentimiento y el sentimiento fue cambiado con simplemente poder decirle a la gente qué deberían de pensar. Es todo. Y con eso es suficiente. No necesitas ser un genio para entenderlo ya a este punto. Aparentemente sí, pero no. En verdad no. Y estamos simplemente rechazando estas zonas. Y ahora, una vez más, pierdes estos $76,000 y ahí es donde acabaste. Ahí es donde se acaba todo. ¿Ok? No importa si vienes acá y rebotas, que es lo que idealmente la bolsa, esto debería hacer. Esto sería hermoso si te hace esto. ¿Por qué? Porque todo el mundo se va a meter aquí en un long diciendo, güey, hizo todavía un bajo más alto y todavía va a abrocharse a más gente. ¿Ok? Todavía en mi plan, Bitcoin se va a ir a la mega mierda y todo esto. Yo creo que todavía sigue en pie, que tenemos 1 o 2 años donde, o un año mínimo donde la bolsa se puede recuperar otra vez. También Bitcoin, etcétera. ¿Por qué? Porque como sea, tenemos esas monedas estables entrando al mercado en enero y no sabemos cómo las vayan a usar. Todavía no sabemos. Dependiendo la agresividad de ese uso es cuando determinaremos si esto va a ayudar. Obviamente estos hijos de puta saben qué va a pasar y lo van a usar. Para mí, el objetivo desde el principio de este mercado bajista fue el fondo lo vas a encontrar en esta zona. Se los dije desde el principio. Los 49 a los 58. ¿Por qué? Porque todo el mundo está esperando aquí abajo. Todo el mundo está esperando ahí abajo. Y tal cual como están esperando todos en 88, 87, 86, no llegan esos números, tíos. No llegan, no vienen a dártelos. Entonces, un simple llevado, y esto es lo que les digo, piensen en esto, caes a los 58, que es donde yo pienso sería la jugada más genial, ¿no? 58, 57, 56, y subes, hiciste un bajo más bajo, todo el mundo diría, no, ahora tiene que caer otra vez. Y esto ya te puede llevar a la narrativa del superciclo, al 2026, 27. Y ahí es donde te da el pum de la mega recesión. Vamos a seguir viéndolo y analizándolo con las noticias, viendo cómo están haciendo sentir a nuestros pacos favoritos. Esa es la manera de poder entenderlo. Hasta ahorita lo que estoy diciendo es una predicción. Y eso no tiene valor absoluto o alguno. Simplemente nos pone listos para este tipo de escenarios como el que estamos viviendo en este momento. Con eso dicho, vamos a rápidamente ver Bitcoin en la trimestral. Aquí lo tienen, estás claramente en una tendencia bajista trimestral, pero una vez más, no te llevaste el mínimo de acá, ¿no? De acá a acá, puedes ver cómo esta es una línea alcista y hasta que no te lo lleves, para mí no ha acabado esto. Simple, es así de fácil. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que estás haciendo? Simplemente una de las consolidaciones tranquilas que siempre haces antes de caer. Ya lo hiciste acá, tienes una vela topera con un instantáneo seguimiento, pierdes el promedio del 5, el promedio del 9 y ahora, aparte ve qué belleza. El promedio del 9 en la trimestral está en 78,000. Si pierdes esos 76,000, 75,000, pues fue un rechazo entonces de tu promedio del 9. Todavía falta un mes y 18 días, pero este rechazo sería brutal y te debería llevar mínimo al promedio del 21, que está en los $61,000. Y normalmente cuando vienes al promedio del 21 y lo tocas, caes por debajo del promedio del 21 en mercados bajistas en Bitcoin. Entonces, no vas a venir a relajarte aquí tranquilo en el 61, pero una vez más, abajo del 21 está el 59, 58, el punto que les estoy diciendo, donde muy probablemente encontremos ese fondo local antes de continuar. Y ahora esto no quiere decir que vamos a ver altos históricos por mucho, puede que los veamos por nada si es que se regresa, pero para ese entonces vamos a tener una mejor idea de todo basado en las narrativas que nos estén contando. ¿Ok? De eso se trata todo. Pueden ver que Bitcoin está por ahí de los 79, cayó abajo de los 79, pero tuvo un buen rebote. Está baiteando los longs. Les está diciendo, vengan carnales, muy excelente oportunidad. Van a aprobar el Clarity Act. Métanse de una. Aquí recuerden que nuestra volatilidad es la que nos dice cuando se empieza a voltear que ya vimos un fondo, ¿no? Ya lo viste. Esto no es el fondo. Ya lo viste. Tiene cara de que esto ya se está volteando para decirte que ya viste el fondo, pero güey, está como gorda en tobogán de bajada. No hay punto y sigue siendo un bajo más bajo. Un bajo más bajo te sigue llevando a un mercado bajista, no importa cómo lo veas en la trimestral de Bitcoin. Esta fue nuestra señal que usamos para saber que habíamos topado una vez que nuestra volatilidad contrajo del promedio, ¿no? Una vez que tienes estas contracciones por debajo de el promedio es cuando ya viste el tope y aquí no falló, viste el tope, tal cual. Entonces, con eso dicho, continuamos viendo un poco de lo mismo en la trimestral. La mensual es la que nos estaba haciendo dudar, pero si volteas a ver la mensual en este momento, el promedio, tal cual como lo habíamos dicho, el promedio del 9 y el 21 te están rechazando. Ese promedio del 9 y el 21 rechazándote sería el retesteo efectivo porque literalmente caíste acá y no lo habías vuelto a retestear. En el 2021 caíste, retesteaste luego, caíste, pero lo retesteaste aquí con este alto más alto antes de caer. Acá estás haciendo las dos cosas al mismo tiempo, básicamente, en las mismas 4 velas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, ¿no? Entonces, aquí ya tienes el rechazo. ¿Qué pasa si cierras por debajo de 82,000 tu tabla mensual? Esta volatilidad estaría favoreciendo a la baja, el movimiento a la baja. Y eso quiere decir que te va a cargar hasta la chingada, porque esta volatilidad viene del punto más bajo en la tabla mensual de Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. Así que eso quiere decir que vamos a ir más bajo. No importa si, o sea, nadie te está diciendo que se va a ir a cero ni nada así, simplemente tiene la posibilidad de empujarte bastante duro a la baja. Y ya, la de 2 semanas, un poco de lo mismo. Estás a punto de tener un cruce plateado a la baja en la de 2 semanas, con el promedio del 21 viniendo por acá, el promedio del 55 acá. Cuando veas esto, si es que llega a rechazar y perder este promedio del 9 en la de 2 semanas, que también te pone básicamente perdiendo el promedio del 5 en la de 2 semanas que habías retomado, eso sería un SFP hermoso y te debería llevar más abajo. Y tienes el promedio del 200 en estos 42,000, no tiene que llegar de putazo ahí. Lo que más duele es que se tarde. Lo que más duele es que se tarde. Yo sé que ustedes lo saben porque quieren ver el movimiento ya. Y eso es literalmente lo que quiere decir. También volatilidad estaba contrayendo en la de 2 semanas. En la semanal volatilidad estaba expandiendo y ahora se está empezando a dar la vuelta para abajo. Y eso nos empieza a decir que esta debilidad puede que nos está haciendo ver la volatilidad de Bitcoin, básicamente hacer esto para caer y después podrías darte la vuelta y continuar empujando el movimiento al lado contrario. En la semanal tienes un cruce plateado, veniste a retestear el cruce plateado, todavía no retesteas tu promedio del 55 que está en los $85,000. Yo esperaría, me gustaría ver, no voy a apostar en ello, te lo garantizo, porque estás en una situación delicada. Yo esperaría que esto llegue a dar este toque del 55 y rechazar a la baja. Pero ¿por qué tiene una alta probabilidad de no darse? Porque toda la gente que yo conozco en línea que se dedican a hacer lo que yo hago, están volteando a ver aquí arriba. ¿Cuántas veces les he dicho? Cuando estás volteando a ver aquí arriba, no llegas ahí arriba. Cuando estás volteando a ver aquí abajo, no llegas ahí abajo. Y es básicamente el juego de esta chingadera. Una vez más, mercado libre, ¿no? Ajá, ¿cómo no? El promedio del 100 te está rechazando. Lo habías perdido acá. Excelente rechazo. Desde que lo perdiste no lo habías retesteado. Simplemente lo perdiste y vámonos para abajo. Y aquí está tu retesteo del promedio del 100 en la semanal. Ese retesteo debería de hacer o romper el mercado. Si puedes retestear tu promedio del 100 y empezar a cerrar por encima de, que está en los 82,400, nos podemos voltear y decir, güey, pues, ¿sabes qué? Tenemos el mercado alcista que dice sí en este momento, el superciclo de mierda y todas estas cosas. Pero por ahora Bitcoin está haciendo lo que siempre hace. Baja y sube antes de continuar bajando. Baja y sube antes de continuar bajando. Y es literalmente lo que está haciendo en estos momentos. Nos voy a llevar al gráfico de 5 días, que también es bastante bueno. Tenemos hasta ahorita lo que parece ser literalmente un SFP del promedio del 34. Ese SFP del promedio del 34 nos debería dar un movimiento violento a la baja si es que se confirma con esta vela en 2 días y 9 horas. El objetivo que tiene que aguantar, 77,200. No aguanta y obviamente vas a reventar tu promedio del 200 que te confirmaría que esto fue un SFP y te debería llevar bastante más para abajo. De dónde estás, no estoy diciendo aquí a los $20,000. Tenemos que, una vez más, ver exactamente en qué tipo de escenario nos ponen mentalmente para saber si es la crisis más grande de la historia, ¿no? O bueno, desde el 2008 ya, o si nos vamos a esperar un año. Y es algo que podemos nosotros simplemente ver con las noticias y ver cómo ponen a todo el mundo con sus tonterías. Literalmente eso. Si el gobierno te advierte, es que no, ahora sí vamos a entrar en una recesión. Ahí es cuando compras. No te importa el precio de las cosas. Pon todo tu puto dinero de una. Te da igual que puedas bajar tantito más. Compra las cosas que quieras comprar. Solamente estate preparado para ello. Es lo importante. ¿Ok? Por ahora, nuestros 5 días está rechazando el 34, el 5 y de nuevo tenemos acá justamente nuestro promedio. Quiero poner el HPDR para que lo vean. Si pierdes esto, una vez más, tu media en el promedio del 5 está justamente acá. Y me parece que habíamos hecho el análisis que en el 2021, en la de 5 días, si no mal recuerdo, tuviste la caída. Y justamente en la de 5 días, el rechazo vino del 50% en marzo, ¿no? Bueno, cerraste por debajo de la zona azul y eso fue lo que te catapultó para abajo. Y yo justamente creo que es lo que estamos viendo ahorita. Si es que no estoy completamente marihuano. Ahí está, 50% cayendo en la zona azul. Es idéntico. Si llegas a caer aquí, te llevas la media en los $75,000 para abajo, tío. Tu siguiente objetivo son mínimo 69. Ya estando en 69, todas las tablas de corta temporalidad se vuelven bajistas y se regresan junto con la trimestral, que es la más bajista que ha habido en toda la historia de Bitcoin en la trimestral. Y eso te podría llevar tranquilamente a los $64,000 hasta los 47,000. Es un rango bastante grande, yo lo sé, pero jugar cualquier cosa aquí en medio entre 58 y 49 es donde va a estar el gravy. Una vez más, a menos de que vayamos de verdad a la recesión que básicamente es el fin del ciclo grande. Y eso yo creo que lo pueden aguantar todavía más. Pero estoy viéndolo. Esto es dinámico y simplemente es poner atención a qué nos está diciendo la gente. Vamos a la diaria en putiza solamente para ver esto. Diaria tienes volatilidad cayendo otra vez debajo del 15%, preparando un reset. Tu promedio del 200, que es esta línea gorda que viene de aquí arriba para abajo, rechazando la parte alta de la zona azul después de caer del 61.8%, perdiendo la media, ahora cayendo al promedio del 21. Te está dando, esto es el bait a toda la gente, a toda la gente. Toda esta zona va a ser una gran oportunidad de long. Va a darse la vuelta a esto a cierto punto y mínimo va a regresar a los 79, casi 78, digo, a los casi 80 o a los 80, 100, 80, 700 o a la media, a los 82,000. Esto sería el movimiento letal. Una vez que regreses acá, este es donde quieres hacer tu corto con todo. Es toda esta zona. ¿Por qué? Porque si regresas ahorita en lo que no están cerrando el Clarity Act, estás viendo la tabla donde está, esta es la trampa perfecta, mentalmente hablando. Puede que ya haya jugado, tío. Puede que ya haya jugado. Pero si lo ves regresar, esto es donde te pones agresivo. No ahorita. No ahorita. Y una vez más, vas a caer, no hay pedo. Vas a rebotar y vas a mínimo regresar a esta parte. Aquí es donde te pones agresivo. Esa es la idea de tradear. Ser paciente y poder esperar estas oportunidades que se están dando. Si este movimiento lo vimos venir el lunes, todavía estamos en full de acá y la gente ve el rebote en la tabla. Todos ven el rebote en la tabla. Yo sí creo que hay un rebote en la tabla, pero la gente ve el rebote llevándolos a máximos ahorita, máximos históricos. Yo no. Es la diferencia, porque una vez que pasas el Clarity Act, ¿qué más hay? ¿Cuáles son las buenas noticias? ¿No? Se había acabado. ¿Se acuerdan que todo el mercado subió cuando les dieron la excusa de que no, ya abrieron el estrecho de Hormuz y la verga? ¿No lo volvieron a cerrar? Sí, ¿no? Otra cosa interesante. Alguien acá lo trajo. Un segundo, soy un pendejo. McDonald's. McDonald's. En la, ¿qué les parece? La de 2 semanas. Normalmente cuando pierdes esta media, este es un canal alcista que viene desde el 2016, este fue el 2020, este fue el 2024, este fue el 2023 con lo de todos los aranceles. Puedes ver que está rompiéndola con fuerza y va para abajo. Es un buen indicador para que entiendas. Entonces, ¿qué estamos viendo en Bitcoin? Básicamente lo mismo de siempre. Subes para antes de bajar, subes antes de bajar. Ahorita simplemente he puesto en la diaria para no irnos tan lejos. Lo que estamos viendo es el retroceso que estamos esperando. Ya perdiste esta línea agresiva alcista y mínimo deberías de poder venir a retestearla. Tal vez. Y eso está entre los 81,600. Esto, si llegas a básicamente este nivel de los 76, es lo que quieres que aguante. Yo creo que abajo te llevas, este debería ser tu invalidación. Sé que a Bitcoin le gusta bajar más antes de subir, pero esta debería ser tu invalidación, porque esto simplemente puede irse a la verga. Por eso yo no quiero tradear, esto no me interesa, tu invalidación es esta. Puedes entrar como quieras, dividirlo como quieras, puedes ser paciente y esperar a ver si viene a tocar el promedio del 100 o cerca del promedio del 100, que está en 76,678 para un long. Y ese long, recuerda, soltarlo por ahí de los 80,000. Sería la idea. Y luego, ¿pero por qué, güey? ¿Qué tal si se va a los 88? En el retesteo alcista del promedio del 200 que no has podido romper, ahí es donde lo haces. Más claro, no se puede. No te quieres meter en corto acá porque se puede dar la vuelta aquí para hacer esto y después caer. ¿Ok? Listo, ya ahí lo tienen. Y esto completamente, para entender esto, en la mensual todavía falta bastante. Si no puedes cerrar por encima de tu promedio del 5 y el 21, del 21 y el 9, se acabó, tío. Estás retesteando bajista y vas para abajo. Punto. Eso voltea todos los timeframes. Sobre todo si empiezas a ver cierres semanales debajo de $76,000. Esos $76,000 son tu promedio del 9, que es esta línea azul de acá. Te va a llevar más para abajo. No hay más. No hay más, tíos. O sea, punto es lo que tienen que estarle poniendo atención a esto. Denme un segundo a ver qué más hay. Si buen pump de Lucid, ¿no? 7%. Lo que me gusta de Lucid, les voy a enseñar esto. Y le voy a preguntar a Farhan aquí. Mr. Farhan, I have a question for you.
Alrighty.
I'm on the weekly on Lucid right here, okay? And if I go to the RSI back here in December of 2022 is way higher than the RSI right here, and you already have the close and it's turning back up. Could this be a bullish divergence? Because the price is way lower right now than it was in December of 2022. I'm talking about like December of 2022. You're talking about it was at $71 and right now it's at $6.
Yeah, so there would be a very significant drive possible here.
Okay. That's basically it. That's my only question. With a nice little pumpski. It's just a seasonal thing, and it's just one of those companies that it's makes sense for the time that we're in, you know? So let's see. All right. Perfect. I got the next one for you, sir. Costco for a trade and Metronic for investment. Whoever wants to do Costco or Metronic.
Whichever one.
I'll do Costco.
All right.
Let's see.
For a trade.
Yes. Let's see. Because I was looking at Costco, actually. I'm trying to see. Okay, yeah. So now I see what I was looking at. So yeah, the monthly is actually interesting on Costco because you do see here, you had a sneaky lower low break. If you're counting this as the higher low, higher high. Okay, interesting. Maybe a lower low break on the monthly. Lower high, which was very questionable here, going for that deviation. Here's your confirmed lower low break. And now you're just kind of in the middle of maybe another lower high. For me, this is still bearish as long as you are on, under 1,067.51. So essentially June's high. As long as you're under June's high, this is going to be more bearish. You should be on macro lower high watch. Could literally translate like this, and you're just viewing something like that essentially. Now, obviously, you do see this month you are breaking out. Volatility is actually an expansion here. But you want to be watching where this actually ends up closing, because if, well, Costco is in a monthly downtrend and this is producing a lower high, this very fast can reject. And that's actually what you've been seeing on these rejections. They'll start looking very nice. And then before the month actually closes, they actually go into brutal red dildos. So that is just something to be watching. If you're bullish, simply hold above $1,000, like 1,007 here. You hold above 1,007. Where's obviously the next objective? Last monthly lower high, right at that 1,067 mark I mentioned again. So now we got to understand kind of the higher time frame. Okay, we see weekly volatility is giving you a setup above the weekly 9, but again, you just got to break June's high. I'm not really seeing, like, honestly, a long here, until you actually take out June's high. I think that'll just be the easier trigger if you are trying to get a long. Because what you've been seeing is, right, 2-day, look, beautiful uptrend here. Going in for that macro lower high, and then it just sells off immediately. What does even the weekly look like? And even the weekly, look, I'll clean this up a bit. Was even in a weekly uptrend, holding above the weekly 9. Why am I mentioning this? Because, well, when you start seeing something like this, it is looking good in theory, but that is why I like going on the monthlies first, kind of getting the bigger picture of things. So for me, no longs on Costco. Really, it's looking bearish on the macro. Doesn't mean it's not going to change, and we're actually in the process of seeing that. But until you actually do, this is going to be more likely.
What happened? Okay, I see you moving, Farhan, so I know it's only Alex's computer.
Yeah, I'm active, or not active, but a lot.
Yeah. You're moving. You're moving.
I'm moving.
is it monthly? Let's see. I'll take it to mine real quick. I'll do a little Costco while Alex comes back, and if not, I'll finish it. Not a biggie. Wow, nice dump on Bitcoin. Nice Bitcoin dump. Sorry, had the burpees. All right, Tesla. First of all, to everyone that's asking, 460 zona de corto. 460 zona de corto, puedes subir un poco más, pero 460 es tu zona de corto y aquí tú tienes que ver cuál es tu invalidación. Pero agarras este corto y por eso sugiero poco leverage. Lo vas a poder cargar hasta abajo, porque este tiene que ser el último pump de Tesla. El último. ¿Ok? ¿Por qué lo digo? Porque puedes ver que este alto de acá, perdón, estos eran divergencias bajistas, todas estas. Y ahora este, pues ya no importa, te da igual. Simplemente por eso. Ahí es donde podrías ver la diferencia. Eso para mí sería lo ideal. Vamos a ver con Costco en putiza. All right, there she is.
Yeah, I was talking to myself for a moment. Got a weird alert on trading view.
I hate when the internet does that to you or to me. It's so annoying. What's happening to your internet now? There you go.
And then the hotspot's just buffering. Let's see here.
Just give it 30 hours.
Yeah, basically. Oh, sweet. Okay, good. So, right, you can still hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So it seems like it's all good now. So in theory, if you are looking for a long trade, you really should just be waiting for that throwback to 1,007 going into June, watching the reaction, targeting 1,068.
Well, it's fucked again. Yeah, I see you moving. Thank you, Farhan. I appreciate that. Yeah.
The more likely trade, though, in my opinion, it's so annoying, honestly. There we go. And so the daily is actually very easy. You do notice
it's doing you so dirty, Alex. Every time, every time you're about to say something key, we can hear everything. Oh. But the moment you go, okay, look at this because this is important, and then it stops.
That's actually really funny.
Fucking thing.
I just have to reconnect to my house Wi-Fi, but hopefully if you can hear me now, I'll just finish off with the daily's interesting because it's still telling you should still be watching for that throwback at really 1,007. Now the cluster of moving averages on the daily gives you the easy short. Deviate the daily 34, 1,007. You'll get an easy short targeting that EMA 100 on the daily. You lose the daily EMA 100, basically your breakdown confirmation. And that'll take you all the way down to $950. Now with daily volatility, you should be expecting some kind of move here on like a trading basis. And so for me, it's like either lose 1,007, get a short, hold it into June, get the long to a new, basically a new high potentially on Costco. Now, hopefully I'm still connected and you still can hear me. Okay, good. So yeah, I mean, really, like with the monthly still in a downtrend, it's still more likely for this to reject. But as a bull, you have your easy criteria, your level, and kind of your objective zone on, okay, if this is really going to break out, let's just hold this into June, 1,007, start moving up to that last lower high, take it out, the party will begin. But as soon as you take out that 1,007 on the daily, that's when everything shifts, and that's more likely when you do break down. And notice the chop around 1,007. It's most likely engineered just for the shorts to be taken out. No one's going to short now, and if you do end up breaking down, I would be expecting actually follow through potentially. So that's all I have on Costco. Let me try to reset my house Wi-Fi now.
Sounds good. Mr. Farhano, another question here. Costco on every single one of these peaks is making a higher high on the daily, but look at RSI. Is that bearish?
Yes, it is bearish divergence possible.
Fucking sweet. Look at me, huh? Learning. God damn.
Look at us. Look at us. Who would have thought? Not me.
Not me. Certainly not me. Ok, les voy a pasar lo que dice Alex. Y también, solamente para que lo vean, pueden ver que esto es lo que estábamos diciendo la última vez que lo analizamos, que era caer para subir. Pero puedes ver aquí en mi RSI cómo literalmente vienes así para abajo. En lo que este alto es el más alto. Luego, este alto de acá es más alto en precio, pero es más bajo acá. Y el alto más alto en precio es mucho más bajo acá. Son 3 posibles divergencias bajistas en la diaria, solamente en la diaria. ¿Ok? Para que lo tengan en mente. Tienes volatilidad que está expandiendo, pero esta expansión de volatilidad es un poco tramposa en la diaria, porque te está haciendo pensar que está expandiendo ante la alza, pero es más como que está expandiendo a la baja. Cuando está cayendo esto es cuando se pone agresivo. Voy a ver la de 4 horas a ver si me enseña un poco más de eso. 4 horas tiene cara, o sea, la expansión parece ser a la alza en la de 4 horas, pero la de 4 horas también está haciendo lo mismo con esto. Ah, no, en la de 4 horas no hay. Sí, sí hay divergencias bajistas de este punto a donde estamos. Simplemente tendrías, esto es lo que dice Alex. Si vienes a los 1007, o yo lo pondría, espérame, porque esa es la de, ¿cómo se llama? La de 4 horas, déjame lo llevo a la diaria. Perdón, ya estás. Quito todos los puntitos pendejos. En la diaria, puedes ver lo que está haciendo, ¿no? Si en la diaria caes de esta zona, en los 1009, 1007, ¿qué tenemos ahí en la semanal? Tienes tu promedio del 9. Usa tu promedio del 9 semanal. Si pierdes tu promedio del 9 semanal que está en 1005, aquí no quieres hacer corto porque te queda toda esta invalidación. Pero si llegas a perder tu promedio del 9, vas a venir a retestearlo y aquí es donde le quieres hacer corto, ¿ok? Para caer. ¿Qué sería tu confirmación que va a continuar cayendo? Perder tu promedio del 100 diario. ¿Dónde querrías entrar en un long? Si aguantas aquí, el problema de ese long es tu invalidación. Ve la gatada que te hizo este rango. O sea, este rango viene de 966 hasta 1043. Entonces, lo que quieres hacer es agarrarlo en este movimiento de vuelta al promedio del 9, hacerle corto acá y crear una invalidación imaginaria, porque invalidarlo hasta acá va a estar cabrón. Y si aguanta acá, sería long, siempre y cuando tenga cierres por encima de 105 en la semanal. Eso sería la diaria. ¿Por qué debería aguantar? Porque tienes un cruce plateado a la alza. Pero, te digo, tienes esas divergencias bajistas, que es interesante. Y también acá puedes verlo, ¿no? Desde acá, cómo venía literalmente todo esto que ha sido pintando más altos, más bajos con altos, más altos. Y ya aquí, pues, es donde paró. No, es más, sí, ahí es donde paró. Exactamente. Sí, hay ligeras divergencias bajistas. No se ve bien para Costco la cosa. Es lo que quieres usar entonces. Tu promedio del 9 semanal, si aguanta para arriba, si lo rompes a la baja, el retesteo del mismo de la zona de los 1009, 1007 es donde quieres hacer el corto. Ahí lo tienes. Alrighty. And for you, Mr. Farjano, it's simple. It's Metronic. Let me put it here so you see it. Metronic.
I searched up Metronic. It's wrong.
How is this so down? Aren't we in a bull market?
I was
it's only
told this
down
was a
like
bull
40,
market.
like 50%. Not a big deal.
Let's make this HPDR come back.
Bull market things.
It's bullish dumping.
It's should have known it. Should have known it.
Which time frame do we got the data for? We'll start on the 6 month. One of those few rare times where you'll have enough data for a 6 month to actually do anything. So let me get a skip this Coke Zero real quick. It's very cool how in Mexico City they have Coke Zero in glass bottles.
Damn, that thing likes to go to the 100%.
On which time frame?
Where you're looking at the bottom.
Oh yeah, the major bottom is all the way back, literally at this 100% range.
Yeah.
Not bad, and like tops out also at the 100% range.
Yep.
Very interesting. And you're right on the verge of a breakdown. You came down to retest this, moving at the median, and you're getting not only a rejection, but you're putting in, I believe, came very close to putting in a bearish engulfing dildo, but I don't. Did it 105? No, I didn't. It ever so slightly did not make a bearish engulfing because this one traded slightly higher, but not really that important considering you are now well below your 38.2% at around $83. And if you do close below that area, maybe you'll see a bearish retest into that area somewhere in the 80s, but you are likely going to come down to wherever the 78.6 is at that time. And right now it's at around like $57.50. And if you just mark off with like a little bit of a meme line, the 78.6 kind of lines up with this major zone here. This is where you got your last major breakdown. And if you just put a little bit of a line here, basically exactly right over here. This deviation was this one deviated, and then as soon as you closed over it, you immediately rejected, and you got a massive little dump ski. And as of now, we're expecting both major resistance to come around to being support. But if you start to lose this area, then this thing is probably fucked. And I would expect a sweep of this area, whether we're going to be bullish or bearish. But ideally, for bull's sake, when you sweep this low, you'd want to close back above this line. That would give you a SFP here, and then that would be targeting back to the 80s. But if you close below this wick low, especially below this line and this wick low, then you are likely going to do this move again and come down to wherever the 100% is at that time. And right now it's sitting somewhere around like $30, $30 to $40. Very low. That's like a 50% move down from where we are at this moment, with momentum currently flipped up, but it is close to flipping back down. It is close to deviating the bearish control zone, and you were close to putting in a hidden bearish divergence, but then you evaded it by making a higher high here on a closing basis. Oh wow, I just received very good information. My wife has received her US visa. Thanks, Trump. Or I should say Marco. So quarterly also is lost or losing the 38.2%. You didn't close on the last quarterly below it, but the fact that you opened below it and you bearish retested it, basically the same thing. And you'd be targeting the 78.6 from here. That is at around $65, and that would be also sweeping this low, and it'd be sweeping this low. At that point, I do think you're going to continue going down towards somewhere around that $57, $55-ish zone, though. And what else is there? And nope, nothing. Monthly also flipped down. Monthly, I believe, monthly is freshly silver crossing to the downside, and this is a very powerful silver cross because they're all bunched up together. And you have also lost your 38.2%, but you've hit your target from that 38.2%, which is 78.6, and your 200 SMA on the monthly. It does make sense to see a little bit of a bounce here, maybe another try for somewhere around the $80 zone, but I do think that is going to fail, and that is going to bring you down to the 50s. And that would give time for the HPDR rates to step down as well. 2-week also flipped down very heavily within the bearish control zone. This is the area where it does like to flip back up. It does also lining up with the idea of a short-term bounce from this region. You do have a bearish cross here with it being crossing below the yellow. It is happening below the bullish control zone, but it is happening above the bearish control zone. This one is also basically silver crossing here. The 55, the 21 is now freshly below the 55 by like a ball's eye here below, and you got a nice little dump ski with the silver cross. From here, it does look like you're going to bounce and make another attempt to somewhere around that $80-ish zone. And once again, I do think that bounce will fail. Health technology. Why is this going down? Did healthcare suddenly not become a scam?
No, healthcare has been coming down like crazy. You remember we have that chart from Humana, whatever the fuck it is.
I wonder why. It's beyond my depth for these whys.
Because the entire stock market is down unless you're in energy, AI, or the Max 7.
Right,
There's nothing else.
It's the what do you call it? The stealth bear market.
Yeah, it is. Well, it's not the stealth bear market, it's the bear market, but because people look at three things and the news tell them, no, look at those three things, they're still high. They're like, yes, they're still high. And that is my own idea, definitely not told by them what to think. So that's how that works. Once they give them permission to look at the bear market, that's when they see it. It's like the housing market. The housing market has collapsed, except in like 4 places. But to everyone, like, will it collapse? It already has. But because the news haven't let them thought that it has collapsed, because there's 4 markets that are still up, they magically think the other markets are gonna like fix themselves, or I don't know what the fuck they think. So I don't understand how it is so easy to fool people, but it is, which makes me think, man, I should have fucking scammed everyone all of my life instead of like trying to do just things right. It seems way easier.
Might as well.
Yeah, and they seem to love it too, because
begging you to take it.
It's amazing that all politicians, that everyone that's in technology, everyone just keeps saying like the Clarity Act, the Clarity Act. Aren't they busy with the war? Shouldn't they be like dealing with that? That's supposed to be more important than a Clarity Act. But no, the only thing that's in front of all, it's so stupid. But if people weren't that stupid, then we would never make money. So thank you, everyone. We love you.
And then once they finally start saying that it's bearish, it's probably going to be right around the bottom.
It's exactly how it works, dude. I literally knew that in April we were going to see the bottom of what was coming down, like the Max 7 and all of that. I don't know if you remember, but I told you a year ago, I went to have lunch with someone that was really bearish and told me, oh, he was talking about recession and inflation and all that stuff. And once he told me recession, that was the bottom of the market. And then a year later in April, same restaurant, we're having lunch, and he tells me this is going to be a recession. And I was like, oh, fuck, we might have bottomed.
That is an invaluable indicator.
It's because they're just repeating what the news tell them. You know what I mean? So if you keep repeating and thinking that it's your idea, what the news tells you, then you're making it very easy for me to understand how this works. Yeah. So when every retard is right now being told, because you saw how literal it is that they tell them, bullish, the Clarity Act, bullish, this. So I don't know what else to tell you. Like, it's really simple.
And it kind of reminds me of the 2022 bear market for stocks. It ended right around like October, November. And that's where they started talking about how Europe was going to freeze.
Yeah, that's it. That's all you need to know, buddy. That's it. I mean, I learned that one from that. And honestly, I didn't learn it right away. I learned it after March when the banks were going to collapse. And Peter Thiel came out and was like, get your money out of the banks. The banks are going to collapse. And then everything just went up ever since. I was like, huh, okay. And then from there, I haven't fucked up, not once in the stock market.
It's a very classic thing of starting the what's the word, the concern, and then banking on that concern.
It's crazy. It's fucking amazing. Like, well done by those guys, honestly. Because it took me fucking 37 years of my life or 38 years of my life to figure this out. So. But once you point it out, it works every time. It's just crazy that you can point it out to people and they're like, nope, you're a conspiracy theorist. Yeah, I am. Just keep putting your money there. Keep putting your money and giving it to me. Just go on. Go long right now. Go on. Go long.
It's like the Bill Ackman thing in COVID. The market's going to zero. I personally am holding large shareholder of Hilton, but I believe it's going to zero. And then
that's how it works, baby.
Multi-billion.
And he does, like, they do the bidding of the big funds. Like, it's them. Like, they're the mouthpieces for them. It's crazy. It's really that simple. So that's why when you see those guys recommending you, oh, stay away from U.S. debt, the dollar is going to collapse. Dude, imagine telling people the one thing that I do for a living that makes me all the money in the world is going to collapse. Why would you want that? You know what I mean? Like, it's so stupid. But hey, again, I need you all to still believe this so I can still keep taking your money. So please know that I'm a conspiracy theorist.
And Bill Ackman needs to buy a new yacht. So please keep buying while he's shorting.
Yes, please. Sorry, go on, sir.
So on the weekly, you are starting to freshly flip back as well on momentum. Weekly is putting in hidden bearish divergence, taking out this previous high, while price is still making one hell of a lower high. This is already confirmed on this previous candle here, and this is playing out now. You are coming down to this 88.3%, and this is a region where you're likely to see a bounce. And once again, back towards that $80 region, and I don't really think it's going to get much beyond like $82. 5 days still flipped up. This is going along with the idea of that bounce from here, with volatility now going to contraction, and that move will take us into somewhere around like $80 to $82, and 82 would be up to this weekly 5-day 9 EMA, somewhere around this region, because you do have a silver cross down. 2-day currently is putting in somewhat of a bottoming candle here, with momentum starting to flip up with volatility contracting, and you do have a God mode signal here on the jewel, but you haven't lost the sell signal yet. If you do make a local bottom here with a close over about $77.13, that will give you a neutral signal, and then you're likely to see a move into somewhere around $81 to $82. Daily is also flipping up. Daily, zooming in this momentum. Nope, you're consistently making lower lows, so there is no bullish divergence here, but you're close to making a local bottom. Actually, you did make a local bottom here, and this will give you a target somewhere around $80 from here. And the jewel's losing the sell signal here, but there is no God mode background. And 4 hours now freshly flipping back down with a deviation of the bullish control zone. Multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence here, with volatility now freshly expanding. The one other point, opposite point, is that there is a bullish cross. There is a buy signal here and a God mode buy signal, and plus you're very close to getting a bullish cross, and that lines up with the idea of that bounce from this zone. But you would have to, for that idea to be alive, you have to continue closing over 4-hour basis over $75.74, which is a 78 cents. And if you do continue to close over there, then you should see another attempt for like $78, and then from there they'll take you to 80s. Close below this area, then at $75.74, you're likely going to sweep this low here, and you're going to come down to somewhere around $70 flat. Let's check the other side.
Get ready on that one. That one's crazy. On the quarterly.
Probably gonna have all types of hidden bearish divergences all over the place.
Go back to 1996. You tell me.
Sheesh, you got a huge drive of bearish divergence here on the 6-month. And this is going to confirm with any close below $86.71. And that will give you a minimum target down to around like $49. Not good. This is coming from all the way back from 2000 from this drive of divergence. And you've got all the way back to 1983. Yeah, that's pretty shit. Quarterly also has multiple drives of bearish divergence. You are now starting to get that volatility expansion from about 15% with that bearish divergence, and your next target is going to be somewhere around $46 with a little bounce at 60. Nothing. You were to come back to test the edge of the bearish control zone right around $80. Also has bearish divergence on the 5-day, but you're so heavily in the critical zone, can't really do anything. If you were to come back and retest the critical zone, puts you at $81 to $82. Lines right up with our lower high targets. Daily's got fresh drive bullish divergence, goes along with the idea of that bounce. Likely is going to target the edge of the bearish control zone, somewhere between that neutral zone, somewhere between $79 and $83. Oh, those lower high targets are right around there. And 4-hour about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below $76.73, and that will give you a move down to somewhere around $72, somewhere between $72 and $70. $69.79 to be exact, and nice number. Actually, I don't even think we need momentum on this one because it's so easy and cut and dry with all of the hidden bearish average. Yeah, to be honest. So on the higher time frames, this does look like this is gonna continue down, and it's probably gonna come down to somewhere around that $60 region minimum. But the bearish divergences would tell you that you're probably gonna come down eventually somewhere in the 40s region, somewhere between $50 to the mid 40s. And right now in the low time frames, you are putting in somewhat of a local bottoming structure with some bullish divergence appearing. So likely you are going to test somewhere around that $80 to $82 area again. But as long as you are closing below about $86 on even a daily basis, this is likely going to come down and tag somewhere around $69. Nice number for a little bit of a bounce, and then eventually around like 55, 56, and into the somewhere around into that $40 region. And there's a possibility that you come down to this $40 region, you make a macro higher low above this low here, put in some hidden bullish divergence, and then you send it all the way up. That's trying to predict the future. And this is going to be bearish as long as you are closing, let's see, weeklies below about $88.67. Take out $88.67 and you can go to all-time highs. But until then, you're probably going to keep going down.
Couldn't agree more. Holy shit. Not looking good. Not looking good. Or looking great if you want to invest in this. Now, the thing is, and this is the hard thing about like 2026, is this company going to have a comeback? Can Amazon do what they do? You know what I mean? Can like an AI company do what they do? That's the mystery. Because just like in the era of Costco or Walmart, when Walmart came out, everyone had like a little niche store and eatery, right, around their neighborhood. And then those stores came in and cleaned them all out. And then Amazon repeated that process with everyone selling their products on Amazon, and whatever was successful, Amazon was like, all right, I'm going to do the same one, call it an Amazon original and put you out of business, buddy. So this is the trend that we're living under.
It's like when Amazon testified to Congress, said, no, we don't make Amazon Basics products that literally copy our users, and then the information was leaked that they actually do.
Well, I think what's brilliant about it is that they actually, it's funny that they take him, because Congress works for Amazon, right? Like, come on, let's face it. Like, who pays the bills, right? Who pays Nancy Pelosi? It's funny that they tell you up front. They just go and deny it, and they're like, all right, that's fine. Don't worry about it, buddy. But they tell you. It's fucking crazy. We live in a weird world. Okay. MDT, Alex, for you, it's going to be LEN, which is Lennar Homes. LEN. I'll be kind of quick with this one. Aquí lo que están viendo es una tabla de MDT, Metronic. Y aquí tienes que pensar en una cosa muy cabrona, güey. Tienes esta tabla que empieza en el 1972, ¿ok? Y puedes ver, tengo en la trimestral, todo esto en el RSI es más alto que todo esto, que es el alto en precio. ¿Ok? ¿Sabes lo enorme es de esas divergencias bajistas? Lo enorme que es. Simplemente tiene, por eso te puse estas líneas. Una vez que rompes esto a la baja, literalmente tu siguiente objetivo va a ser esto. La media de eso es esta y la última es esta. Aquí es donde quieres invertir, ¿no? En un método tradicional basado en lo que estás viendo en súper altas temporalidades. La cosa, y lo que tienes que entender acá es, esta empresa, estás completamente seguro que no puede hacer lo que hace esta empresa, Amazon, Google o alguna de esas empresas, porque la tendencia, y esto es donde se vuelve muy difícil para todo el mundo entenderlo. ¿Dónde lo tengo? Una vez más. Nike cae al precio más bajo en 12 años. Ponen esto como cuando estaban poniendo lo de PayPal, ¿ok? PayPal cae al precio más bajo en no sé cuántos años y PayPal sigue bajando, tío. ¿Se acuerdan cuántos de ustedes nos preguntaron que compraran PayPal? Y ahora, si compras esto para tradearlo, ¿no? Para tradearlo está bien, porque definitivamente va a tener sus momentos que hagan pop a la alza. Pero si lo estás comprando para invertir, vas a perder todo tu puto dinero, o tu dinero va a valer simplemente mucho menos a través del tiempo y pudiste haber puesto tu dinero en algo más. ¿Por qué? Porque Nike es una empresa que hace ropa deportiva, ¿no? Y que su cliente número uno son ustedes. Y el problema que tiene Nike es que todo el mundo tiene una línea de ropa. Y ahora, Nike no te va a decir eso. Nike te va a contar una historia jaladísima, ¿no? De por qué. No, es que en la pandemia nos ajustamos a hacer esto y ahora estamos haciendo esto y pues ahora estamos haciendo no sé cuánto dinero y la verga o lo vergas que te estén contando, que es la historia de todos, como PayPal, ¿no? Y esto es la paralela que uso. PayPal y Nike, y es más, para que no creas que estoy mamando, o sea, tío. PayPal está al punto más bajo desde el 2017. Y ahora voy a ver acá, estoy casi seguro que yo mismo hablé de PayPal acá. Ah, aquí está. Si creen que estoy mamando, junio 17 del 2024. PayPal, el desconecte del siglo. Vean lo barato que está. Estaba en 60.64. PayPal hoy está en 54.45. ¿Ok? Ah, adivinen qué están haciendo con Nike. Adivinen. No es que ve lo barato que está, brother. Nunca había caído tanto. Ve la divergencia bajista trimestral que existe en Nike, donde este fue el alto más alto en el RSI en el 96, el segundo fue en el 2015 y el tercero fue el alto. Esto es trimestral, no puedo imaginarme la de 6 meses. Igual, básicamente, este con este y a la verga. El problema que vas a tener o que tienen todos ustedes con este tipo de acciones, ustedes tienen que entender estas empresas y tienen que saber, porque una vez más, fuiste a la escuela y te enseñaron todas estas pendejadas de cómo medir el P/E ratio y todas estas estupideces que cualquier imbécil puede hacer. Cualquiera, porque son reglas, ¿no? Le puedes hasta preguntar a Grok y te lo hace por ti, no te preocupes. Pero tienes que entender un concepto fundamental. El concepto fundamental es, el negocio se ha diluido por completo o no, y además lo puede tomar una de las empresas que hacen AI, que tienen distribución en todos lados, como Amazon, como Tesla, como Google, como Meta. Ejemplo perfecto. Nike, todo el mundo tiene una marca ahora personal. Todo el mundo, todo el mundo, todo el mundo. Y además, Amazon tiene centros de fulfillment en todos lados y centros de producción en todos lados. Amazon puede hacerlo de Nike en 2 días. Bien, vámonos a la verga. PayPal, ¿alguien más puede hacerlo de PayPal? Literalmente cualquier blockchain y cualquier cartera pendeja como Phantom y cualquier otra, literalmente cualquier otra aplicación de DeFi o hasta de TradFi puede hacerlo de PayPal. ¿Vale la pena invertir en PayPal? Nel, porque ya le robaron el negocio. Aquí, yo no sé qué vergas haga esta cosa, pero si no aguanta este nivel de los $39, esto se va a ir de nuevo a los 24, posiblemente a los 14 y hasta los $6. Aquí tú tienes que saber, si esto va a aguantar y esta es una empresa fuerte, estos deberían de ser tus zonas de compra, 56, 46 y 39. Pero aquí tú tienes que saber, ¿esto va a jalar sí o no? ¿Me lo van a cambiar con una empresa de IA? ¿Sí o no? ¿Lo van a poder sustituir? Y aquí es donde te digo, no sé, porque yo personalmente no tengo ni puta idea de este negocio. Y ahora entiende que cualquier empresa que tenga una máquina de IA, de las grandes, ¿no? Meta y todos ellos, pueden solucionar cualquier problema en cualquier campo médico. Ahora, si me dices, güey, esto crea robots para no sé qué y nadie más lo está haciendo, porque Tesla está creando robots que literalmente puedan hacer todo lo que te imagines. Estás en un cambio de paradigma gigantesco, papi. Por eso tú tienes que apostar en las nuevas industrias. ¿En qué está apostando el gobierno? En coches eléctricos, está apostando en blockchain, está apostando en Coinbase, está apostando en Circle. ¿En qué más está apostando el gobierno? En IA, está apostando en microchips, está apostando en esas cosas. No sé si está apostando en esto, ¿ok? Ahí tienes los niveles, 56, 46 y 39. Y si no aguanta el 39, y ahora sí que te cargas los 24, esto va a ir como PayPal o como Nike. Ahí lo tienes. Alrighty. Alex, ready for your bullshit. 1 second.
LEN.
Lennar, yeah.
All right, perfect. And this is just like long-term outlook. More
It's a
investing.
long-term outlook because Lennar is directly, it's one of the biggest manufacturers of homes in the United States.
Oh,
So
wow.
the question is, will this recover or not? That's basically that. Like, what do you
Yeah,
think? How does it look? Yeah, in the long term, and where to buy.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, off the bat, quarterly just looks disastrous. I mean, you haven't really entered this environment since 2020, which is interesting, which is just simply getting back under the quarterly 34. And then here you had another incident in 2018. And then this is where you actually lost it, which was 2007, leading to that dump in 2008. So pretty interesting times here, 2018, 2020, 2000, basically 8. And now here in 2026, you do see you have essentially retested that into this quarter. And now all that's left is really nothing but air. Looking at the next objective here, right around $69 at 68.84. It's going to be a big zone. And viewing this on the quarterly, you are just kind of in a range. You've lost that mid-range. Next objective is the lower part of the range. When throwing the quarterly HBDR on, it's pretty interesting as well because you do see you are between the 78.6%, but also the 88.3%. You see quarterly EMA 100s creeping right into that 88.3, which is sitting right at $69.59, very near 68.80 region. So with this perspective, it's actually not unreasonable at all to be watching for this breakdown to take you towards that, $69, $68, which means this does have about 18% left to go before a bigger bounce. I will say in LEN, you have bottomed off the quarterly 100, but you've also lost it, and that really loss of major support did lead this down another 76%. That was right into 2008, right in the beginning. So now what we can gather is, well, quarterly 100 should be the big spot to hold. If you don't hold quarterly 100, then something massively disastrous is happening on this chart, and you're most likely going to get a capitulation-like scenario, which is most likely starts dumping towards like that $30 region. Again, wick basis, let's see. So lost a quarterly 100, and then from the low, it went down, 82%. Wow. So a quarterly 100 down, absolutely could go down 52%. So that's a nice quarterly perspective. Has anything broken yet? No, to me, this could definitely get a recover around $62 to $68, right into this region. Until you actually lose that quarterly 100, really nothing of concern here, other than the fact that this is going to go down. You're not getting a quarterly volatility setup, but you're just getting back above the moving average, something that you did lose in the beginning of this year, or no, beginning of 2025. My apologies. So, right, this probably isn't the spot to be longing LEN. You should just be patiently waiting for at least that $69 region. We can start looking at the monthly. Monthly starts really confirming what we're mentioning here, which is most likely lower. But once you get in that $60 region, you should be looking for that to be a big bounce spot. And if you start losing, let's say the quarterly SMA 200, that's always going to be, a major bearish sign, losing a monthly SMA 200 monthly. Because, right, again, the quarterly will mean that we're most likely going to lose the 100 here. And again, last time that was in 2008. So then that most likely does just result into a majorly epic move down. So the monthly just freshly lost to 9, and into April, you were trying to get the rally back up to that zone, but that just turned into a bearish retest. What was support flipped into possible resistance, and you are going to know you actually didn't fully retest it quite yet. Meaning if you do end up, let's say, bouncing from here, which to me doesn't seem likely, you still could take out last month's wick high, ever so slightly retest the 100 here, the EMA 100 on the monthly, and then break down. As long as you're under basically $100, you are going to be in breakdown mode and more likely to actually move down towards that $69 region. not even fully in the extremes on the monthly. Once you lose that 78.6%, pretty big drop down to the 88.3. I mean, we're talking like a 12% drop. It's pretty big. Just kind of shows the extreme zone here that we are in for LEN, and the fact that this isn't really signaling that it's going to bounce, as long as you at minimum are under $91, but most importantly that $100 psychological number. No volatility set up here, but again, just back above the moving average, something that was lost in August 2025. Okay, so like so far, the macro or the higher time frame seems like it wants to go down more. It's in a macro downtrend, but we are near-ish kind of approaching a major buy zone, which we'll just interpret that with the quarterly and monthly. And as long as the monthly SMA 200 is holding, like price is holding it, you will be more likely to bounce. But as soon as you lose that on any chart, not just LEM, but any chart that loses a monthly SMA 200 is essentially a dead chart. Now, the only time you've really been below it was right in that 2008 zone. But right, we know how 2008 was. It's disastrous. I think I have 7 there. Asking mom to go to McDonald's, barely had money. I don't know.
Well, the same thing is happening right now, then you would assume that we should get kind of like to the similar levels, right?
At
It's
least,
literally the same.
Least. Yeah, at least down to here. And then what can tell me on this chart, if you're trying to make the comparison, is once you lose, the monthly SMA 200, you're literally in the same environment as 2008. And then we'll correlate that with just the quarterly 100. Once the quarterly 100 was lost, it was pretty straight to business. Like here you see it was lost in October 07, and then the beginning of 2008, it just stayed under it, which then capitulated price on a wick basis. It literally went down another 83%. So at least that's why I'm mentioning, like, we're very bearish. It's going to go down, but until you actually lose that like 60-ish region interpreted by like a monthly SMA 200 loss, this still is more likely a bigger bounce zone, in my opinion. You got the reclaim here, haven't really tested this zone for years, since 2020. So, but once you lose this monthly SMA 200, you know it's going to correlate to a bad quarterly. The quarterly losing the 100 literally capitulated this stock 80%. And most likely you will be entering into a major 2008 environment, which was very bad. So then we know, okay, well, that's like right in the $66 region. Once that's lost, and this is like a dead chart. All bets are off. It's not until you get back above where you should even consider investing in this. You don't need to be a hero investing here. You just simply waited for the monthly SMA 200 reclaim, and you just could have, been longing that. As long as you stayed above, you would have been longing it, and that was the wise trade. Yeah, weekly, more likely down. That's all you should interpret. And volatility is most likely now going to start contracting, which most likely means price will still keep going down. Implications are, if you do keep moving down, like, the 10, 12% more, maybe volatility will start coming down here and you'll get a setup. Maybe that'll give you confidence of a bigger move out of that $60 region. But again, it's all just maybes for bulls. If you're longing here, you're better off going to the casino. And if you're trying to invest, just literally stick to what you know, which is your higher time frame levels, which again have to hold, or this chart's basically screwed. And so if you're trying to invest, you might as well just invest in that spot, the absolute extremity low. Because once this is lost, you could just go down 80, 90% on this chart, and most likely in the environment overall for the economy and whatnot, if this is for housing, is absolutely terrible done. Not that it's even good now, but you get what I mean. Like, that could just be the indicator. It's similar to when we had the April dump. I'll quickly go. Many were saying things were broken. We were, ever so doomed, and you just went to like your weekly. You saw now, as long as you stay above your weekly SMA 200, you are going to still be in a bullish environment. And that was a wise take. I think it's better shown here. So it's like we can still use that kind of logic with a chart like LEN. just more like on a monthly. So we'll go to the daily. Yeah, most likely just in a sell. You're producing here another lower low break. So more likely this just continues to reject the daily 5 and 9 until at least $69 for the culture. And it can just be aggressively selling until you hit the region, then you get some kind of chop. So what's really stopping price here? And for the last 2 days, you've been rejecting the 5. So in summary, LEN looks absolutely terrible. I mean, this is almost just a dead chart. The hopium for bulls is the fact that the quarterly is giving you a quarterly sell. So, right, the hopium is that we're just knocking along this until we reach at least the $66 to like $62 region, essentially using quarterly EMA 100 in confluence with monthly SMA 200. Both just terrible time frames. Moving averages looking at really showed the length of this sell-off, but we still will stick to what we know, and a monthly SMA 200 is powerful. That was the last major bottoming zone in 2020 and also in 2019. We also capitulated very hard when we lost this. So I think this is just like a very good place to do business. And if you're really trying to get like a gauge on, is this about to just absolutely nuke? Just use this simple monthly perspective. If you get any kind of monthly close under this SMA 200, this is considered a dead chart, and I would just basically stop watching it or even investing. And so, right, if we know there's still a lot more down to go, still going to go down 22%. Means, you know, you might as well just wait, be patient. How will you know if this is going to start bouncing very hard and going up? Well, very easily, you just get back above, firstly, $100. Generally, you've seen nice moves off the monthly 100. And then the confirmation of a bottom will just be getting back above that 116, 115 zone, essentially entering back into a monthly buy, and then also getting the monthly trend shift. Until then, the monthly looks like it's just lowered high into April. Next objective for me is $68 to $65. And that could mean that LEN still has about a 20% drop into the following months, going into the new quarter, before this could actually maybe get an impressive bounce. And maybe it won't. Who knows? So yeah, that's all I really have on this chart. Very interesting. And it's interesting we are approaching those 2007, 2008 regions.
Mr. Farhano, just also confirm with me. This is the RSI on the 6-month chart.
Mm-hmm.
Mega bearish divergences.
Yeah, from all the way back to the major high from there. And this has well been confirmed, especially with that massive bearish engulfing dildo at the top.
Yeah, pretty fucking terrible. So yeah, Alex, thank you. It does look like a fucking dead chart. This is so hard. This is really hard to figure out. Ok, rápidamente, Lenar se dedica a hacer casas, ¿no? A construir casas. Los constructores tienen una ventaja sobre los demás. Puedes ver que en el 2008 en realidad tocaron fondo antes de toda la bolsa. La bolsa tocó fondo más o menos por acá, cuando ellos lo hicieron un poco antes. Pero lo hicieron por debajo del promedio del 55 de 6 meses, probablemente el promedio del 100 que no había populado en ese entonces, ¿no? Podrías decir que es un poco parecido a esa zona. Ahora, tienes que ver estas mega divergencias bajistas confirmadas con esta vela topera envolvente bajista en la de 6 meses. Esto te dice que no has visto nada todavía, carnal. Y es a lo que voy. Todos queremos que esto acabe rápido, pero el escenario más culero es que dure lo más posible. Llevo diciéndolo años y es lo que parece ser que va a pasar. La cosa aquí, puedes darte cuenta. ¿Cuándo quieres comprar Lenar en un escenario como en el que estamos? Cuando bajes del promedio del 55. Tu promedio del 55 está aquí, donde lo había puesto antes en el 55. Ahora, ¿vas a tener el mismo boom que tuviste antes? Es difícil de saberlo en estas empresas. Una vez más, estás entrando en un ambiente deflacionario donde todos los costos de todo va a bajar. Eso quiere decir que utilidades van a bajar, todo se va a comprimir y la gente como... A mí lo que me cambia todo el cómo pienso es, En el pasado la gente siempre tuvo chance de regresar a chambear, güey. Esta vez no. Y es lo que no entiendo. Y ahora, ¿pueden completamente darte dinero gratis? Completamente. Y hacer que, güey, Lenar tiene su moneda estable. Si compras la moneda estable de Lenar, te da un 50% de descuento cuando compres una casa, ¿no? Así es como van a usar las monedas estables, para que lo entiendan. Y eso básicamente va a hacer que artificialmente el precio de esto suba otra vez. ¿Va a hacerlo? No tengo ni puta idea. Pero yo me imaginaría, ¿no? Porque el consumo en Estados Unidos es el motor de la economía. No hay de otra. O sea, no hay de otra. Si esto ya no sube, de todas maneras nada va a subir, tío. Lo que yo diría es, vela de 3 meses. Puedes ver también lo mismo con las divergencias bajistas en el RSI. Esto está, pero cocinado, tío. Cocinado, ¿ok? Y puedes ver que caíste del promedio del 100 en la trimestral. Y el S&P 200 fue probablemente donde hayas tocado fondo. No empieces a comprar esto hasta que estés debajo del promedio del 100 trimestral. Es lo que yo diría. No hay nada ahorita, nada, nada. Y una vez más, entiendo que todos los expertos que ya han visto segmentos en CNN, en MSNBC, todo esto por 2 minutos de cómo cuando bajen intereses el precio de las casas van a subir, van a colapsar los precios cuando eso pase. ¿Ok? Recuerda, cuando todo el mundo está de un lado, te vas a ir al otro lado, tío. No tienes que ser un genio para entender esto. Y no quiero decirlo, ¿no? Pero si alguien sabe bienes raíces, soy yo. Pero, de nuevo, no he visto los nuevos segmentos de 5 minutos en CNN. Yo diría, no me interesa comprar esto hasta que esté por debajo de este promedio del 100. Y probablemente yo, Alejandro, no compraría esto hasta que toque el 200 o esté cerca del 200. Y ahí tendría que voltear a ver el macro para ver qué es lo que voy a hacer. Por ahorita estás hablando de los $62 a los 30. Eso es lo que tiene cara esto de ir a buscar. Así de fácil, porque estás buscando invertir. Estás en una tendencia mega bajista. La de 6 meses tiene la vela más topera que has visto en tu vida, envolvente bajista con confirmación instantánea, continúa cayendo, cerraste bajo el promedio del 9. No sé qué más quieras, ¿no? Con todas estas divergencias bajistas. O sea, tal cual. Solamente espérate esta zona. Es lo que yo diría. Y ahora, Jesús, solamente para que entiendas esto, que sí, Tesla y otras empresas están enfocadas en inteligencia artificial. Estas únicas tienen una ventaja enorme en términos de datos, software, automatización, infraestructura tecnológica, capacidad de inversión. Sin embargo, en el sector de salud no basta con esa tecnología avanzada. También se requiere experiencia clínica, aprobación regulatoria, seguridad del paciente, validación médica. Todo eso, tío, todo eso. Imagínate que tengas algo que puede predecir todos los escenarios de cómo funcionan las proteínas del cuerpo humano, porque eso ya existe, se llama inteligencia artificial. Amazon tiene permisos para vender medicinas y todas estas cosas. Entiendo lo que dices, pero ellos pueden tranquilamente hacer esto en 2 segundos, pueden comprar una empresa que tenga estos permisos y hacerlo. Ese es el pedo de todo esto. Entonces, si tienes fe, no creas que te estoy intentando espantar de no lo hagas, ¿no? Pero si tienes fe en estas cosas, tío, cómpralo. Yo le tendría más fe a la de la casa, porque nadie más va a poder hacer casas. O sea, estos güeyes son los que lo hacen. Porque no hay tanto margen. En lo médico sí hay un chingo de margen para ellos. Y además tienes Neuralink que está creando nuevas, por ejemplo, Tesla, ¿no? Dices que Tesla no tiene eso. Elon Musk tiene Neuralink. Neuralink está creando nuevas máquinas y tiene todos los permisos y va a sacar todos los permisos para jugar con tu cerebro, tío. Por eso yo solamente les digo lo que pienso y ustedes hagan con ello lo que saben, ¿no? Ustedes saben más, trabajan en el sector, qué chingón. Pero yo no trabajo en ese sector, voy a ciegas. En esto de las casas, esto se va a ir a la mierda. Esto yo no voy a entrar. En lo otro, lo veo como todo lo demás. Donde yo no entiendo la industria, no la voy a tocar. Y literalmente lo que tengo que entender más allá de la industria es el poder de estas enormes empresas que pueden literalmente hacer todo. Y si no entiendo ese concepto de cómo no, porque claramente, de cierta forma, ya tomaste tu decisión y estás diciendo, no, a huevo, estas cosas toman no sé cuánto tiempo para ver otra empresa que entre y haga esta concentración, va a tomar de 30 a 50 años, cuando se te está pasando que Neuralink ya existe. Y ya tiene, literalmente están creando máquinas que pueden hacer todo a un nivel mucho más preciso. Y luego Tesla te va a sacar el robot que va a ser el mejor cirujano. Imagínate cambiarle las manos al robot de Tesla para que tenga diferentes herramientas y pueda hacer todos los cortes con sus dedos, ¿no? Como Edward Scissorhands. Entonces, no sé, tío. Una vez más, yo no le tengo fe a absolutamente nada de eso, de otras empresas. Simplemente las más grandes son, lo he dicho desde que he dicho, la película del Demoledor. Todas las empresas se van a convertir en Taco Bell, como en esa película. Y ya. Entonces, Leonard no voy a tocar, tíos, hasta que esté acá. Por debajo, perdón, entre debajo del 55 y el promedio del 100. Y ahí voy a tener que ver dónde estoy parado con intereses y todo esto. ¿Por qué? Porque primero tienes que tener el momento donde todo el mundo ya estamos cerca del momento donde todo el mundo cree que ya nunca más van a bajar intereses. Por fin ya estamos llegando a ese punto. De ahí tienes que tener el momento del credit crunch y ese dura un chingo de tiempo. No es como que cortan créditos por 2 meses y ya. Lo que pasa es que todos ustedes creen que lo que les enseñaron en la pandemia es lo normal. Y puede que, pero lo padre de eso es que cuando todo esté en la mierda y pase algo de ese estilo y te anuncien cómo te van a rescatar, vas a saber instantáneamente que tienes que comprar todo de una vez. Y te dará igual si compraste el fondo del fondo o no, porque si compras acá en vez de acá, te hubiera ido igual de cabrón. Y eso es lo que quiero que entiendan todos. Hasta ahorita, lo que tiene cara es que todo, y la razón por la que todo tiene que caer y el precio de todo tiene que colapsar, es sencillo. Es porque todos los precios de todo, yo sé que ustedes no lo creen, pero tienen que bajar y van a colapsar, a ser más baratos que nunca, cuando empresas pueden trabajar con menos empleados, cuando tienen sistemas de inteligencia artificial que cortan el desarrollo de un producto de 9 años a 2 días, todos los precios de todo van a bajar. Y cuando bajan los precios de todo, márgenes colapsan. Y cuando márgenes colapsan, tienes que despedir a todo el mundo y todo el mundo va a ser despedido. No, y ellos mismos te lo dicen. Todo va a ser muy barato en el futuro. Y eso es pésimo para todo lo que existe hoy como existe hoy. Entonces, está en ustedes. Yo entiendo perfecto lo que están pensando, pero a ver qué pasa. Ok, siguiente es... XAU. This is next, Alex. USD. Hang on. Well, it's just gold. XAU USD.
Okay, cool.
Like this. 1 second.
Yeah, just gold. XAU USD.
Isn't it my turn?
Is it?
Thought so.
Oh yeah, because you just did Lenart. Alex.
Yeah, I thought that was the next
Yeah.
one.
You're cutting me out.
Yeah. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, probably better find us that one anyways.
Yeah. Master of Gold.
Mom says you have to let me do gold. All right. All right, we'll start. 6 months should be good enough. We got enough data. Fuck it, we got enough data. It's one of those few charts we got data for a yearly. You rarely
Let's
ever see
use
one
it.
of these, so you might as well use it when we got it. So on the yearly, it is looking like a top here, looking massive shooting star candle here. You had a rejection of your 88.3%. And if you notice, your last major high was right around that 88.3%, slightly above, but you didn't exactly tap the 95%. It came above the 88.3% right over here as well. And then once you close below that 88.3%, that did confirm that top. And as of now, sure, we got 7 months left to go, which is an eternity. But as long as we are closing below this 88.3%, this is looking more like a top E candle to me, especially since you have yearly momentum very close to flipping down. Plus, if you zoom in here, you have a lower high on the yearly with a massive higher high in the price, giving you one of the biggest drives of bearish divergence I've ever seen, because you took out your high from 2012 by how much of a percentage basis? This was about almost 200% that you took out that last high. But momentum was not able to break that high, giving you bearish divergence. This is going to be a little difficult to confirm as of now. This is probably not going to confirm anytime soon, because now you have to confirm. You have to close below $1,614 to confirm it. But on this next yearly open, you will only have to close below $4,099 to confirm it. So this is one of those things where probably not going to confirm this year, probably going to confirm next year, and then probably takes another year or two for it to play out. So this is a very slow moving type of thing, because this is a yearly chart, and every single one of these candles is 12 months. But that's pretty significant to see that bearish divergence on the yearly. Let's see what our last major high was, if we had bearish divergence there. And we did indeed. We had bearish divergence from the high in 2012 with the high from 1980s. That's also a very, very significant drive of bearish divergence. Let's see how much we took out the high from on this one. 120%. We took out the high almost 200% on this one. So this is even a more significant drive of bearish divergence than we had here. And how much of a move down did we get from here? We saw almost 50% to the downside, about 45% down. So if you were to take, just for funsies, take 40% down from here, 45% down. Bring this to right around $3,000. Not a bad area for a nice higher low. And if you would bring it a little bit lower to the 9, which is where you bottomed out last time around, that'd bring you to about 28. But this 9 is going to rise with every single close. So and this is going to take a long time to play out. So I would be more comfortable saying somewhere around 3,000. And isn't it funny how gold all-time high came right as Binance listed it? So it seems like not even gold is an exception to the rule. As soon as Binance lists something, probably the top.
I've been noticing that the moment that they're listing, and it's not just Binance, whenever they put these in Coinbase and other markets that open it up for others, like when they just open Solana to be able to loan against Solana, right? When you do that, it's basically because you're basically going to leave people hanging with their Solana.
Once the price goes down, they'll get liquidated on their loans, and then they keep everything.
That's the whole point, right? Take away everything from these people at a way cheaper price up front, and then short it on the way down. Like it's a triple way to earn money. Yeah. It's fucking genius.
It's the same thing that happened in 2021, 2022, when they were giving people massive loans on their $300,000 Bored Apes, and they're giving people loans on their shit coins at the top. Like people were taking loans out on Solana over $200. And as soon as that stuff started going down, they started getting liquidated, which started making the prices go down even more. And then people were left with nothing. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. And then, is my internet still on? I'll assume it is on. And on the Jewel, we're also getting a God mode signal here. This hasn't lost its bicycle just yet, but this is not looking good, especially since you're breaking into the critical zone now. You're putting bearish divergence also on the Jewel. You have bearish divergence on literally every momentum oscillator as at this moment. Quarterly also massive shooting star dildo here, almost tapped the 95% range on the HPDR. Our last major high was going towards the 88.3%, which we are above as of this moment. And if we were to close, let's zoom out, we do have also, I believe there's bearish divergence. Oh, actually, no, we didn't make bearish divergence on the 6 month, but you got it on the yearly. But to make a local top, not going to happen on this close, but on this next close, to make a local top, it will be about the same number, 4,099, and that'll bring you down to somewhere around $3,700 minimum. Quarterly now starting to flip down. Quarterly is also getting volatility contraction now. Let's zoom in on momentum from this point around. Also escaped having bearish divergence on the quarterly. Not too bad. And quarterly jewels also not looking the best, looking like it's curving, losing its curvature, and this is going to flip neutral very soon. And then once you get the God mode signal, the party can start. And as of now, you're going to make a local top with any close below 4,099, same number as before. That gives you a move to same number, about 3,700. Monthly also flipping down. Monthly is getting volatility contraction while momentum is flipping down. Let me zoom in here. Monthly also does not have any bearish divergence. And you are very, very close to a local top here on the monthly. Any close below 445.10 will make a monthly local top, and then from there you're going to see move down to $4,000 at a minimum. And you got your God mode sell signal here, and you completely skipped the neutral phase and went directly to the sell signal. Let's mark this off this God mode sell signal on the monthly and see what this does, and we'll take it directly from the buy signal. All right. October of 2020. Oh, it was very interesting. That 2011, 2012 top, exactly the same as the current top. The buy signal going directly into the sell signal. No neutral phase. 2008. Fun. And so we'll call it at this one, 2006. So from here, you did go slightly up of around 3%, and then you went down 12%. What is this, a pullback, friends? This one, immediately around 7%, and then about 25%. All right, now that's better. This one, immediately around 16%, and yeah, about 16%. That's what it did, and then it went lower actually, 35, and you went even lower. This was a macro top, 42-ish%, similar to that 45 number that we previously saw. From here, in October of 2020. Went down about 11%, about 14%, closer to that 16% number. This one was a failure. Let's make sure that it was drawn. Yep, this did flip into a sell signal and then lost the curvature and flipped back into a buy. So this was a failure. And so I'm going to erase this one. Yeah, one failure so far, but every single other one is playing out. And this one is the current one. See how much did we go up? About 2.6%, very similar to that 3% number that we went up last time before it played out. And as of now, we are down about 22%. So we are above that 16% number. And if you were to bring this down towards somewhere around that, the next one around that 40-ish% to 40 to 45% area, that would bring us to slightly lower than the number we saw before. Oh, interesting. Right around 2,900. So very close to 3,000. And that would also sweep this last major low from the one from before we had this massive busting action move to the upside. Usually, whenever you get these macro tops, you get these major lows swept because you get the same thing with the highs getting swept. Two-week is also flipped down, entering into the bearish control zone. You are forming hidden bullish divergence here of multiple drives, taking out every single one of these previous lows, while price is still putting a higher low. And to confirm this, you will need to make a local bottom with a close over 4,891. And if you do confirm that, it gives you a move into slightly new all-time highs, somewhere around like 5,600 to 6,000. Didn't it break above 6,000? I guess I must be mistaken. Weekly is also flipped up. Weekly is flipped up currently. Weekly is entering into the bullish control zone. But if you, but you're making a lower high here. You're also making a lower high in price, so that is escaping having hidden bearish divergence, and you're close to making a local bottom. You do need to close over about 47.65 to make a local bottom here. This isn't going to send it back to all-time highs or anything. Likely just going to get a retest somewhere around 48, 4,900, somewhere in that region. 5-day also flipped up. 5-day losing the sell signal, and now the 5-day is above the 38.2%, getting a back test, and just still holding. That would take you somewhere around 4,900 as long as you do hold over this 38.2. 2-day also holding in that 38.2% with momentum flipped up. Volatility is contracting. We would expect it to move slightly higher from here for around 4,800 based off of the 2-day. Daily also flipped up. Daily also getting closes over that 78.6% with volatility expanding, and you're getting a buy signal here at the choke. And you got you're very close to, or you are getting the bullish cross now with the pink freshly crossing above the yellow. So if you do get any close above 4,773, would expect to move in somewhere around 4,900 to 5,000. And make a local top here though with a close below 46.38, then you're going to dump to some 4,300 and then eventually 4,000 and then lower. And 4 hours currently flipped up, very close to entering into the bullish control zone, and very close to putting in some hidden bearish divergence because you're close to taking out this high from here, momentum high, while price is still making a lower high. But as of now, you are above the 38.2%, and as long as you're closing over about 4,700, this should see somewhere around 47 to 48 next, which is just going to be a lower high. Yeah, you got that yearly bearish divergence here from this point, this point, this point, like massive yearly bearish divergence. Although this, once again, this is going to be a long time before this plays out. And what else? Your bullish control zone target from here would be right around $3,000. Very interesting. Quarterly 6 month also with bearish divergence, and that would target around 3,600. Monthly also forming that macro bearish divergence. This confirms that'll give you a target of around 3,100. Very cool. Weekly bearish divergence, you're going to target around 4,500. Bearish retest would be in the 49s. Three days got hidden bullish divergence would be a little along with that little bit of a bounce from the zone here. The bearish control zone is around 47.14, and the neutral zone is 5,000. So somewhere between 47 and 5,000. Oh, what sits in between there? 48.49. 2-day also has hidden bullish divergence, target somewhere around 48.80. And 4 hours got bearish divergence, so this is likely to invalidate, and that will take you to somewhere around 4,800. So let's run it back. On the high time frames, you are forming macro drives of bearish divergence. It does look like you've put in a massive top here on the macro, forming shooting star dildo on a lot of your very high time frames. Likely isn't going to confirm that bearish divergence on the yearly on this close, but on this next close is going to be a lot easier to confirm. So that would give you about 7 months until this next close, and then 1 year to confirm the next bearish divergence. So that gives you a year and 7 months before you actually get the divergence confirmed. And then you probably see like 2 years while it plays out. So you have something around like 4 to 5 years of wait time for this whole setup to actually play out, which is a good amount of time. So you should probably just sign off and wait until it's time to play it again, unless you want to try to short somewhere around that 5,000 region, and then your stop loss would be a little wide. But it is gold, probably not going to go. Actually, what am I saying? People won't use 500x on gold. So you're probably very highly leveraged. But as long as you are trading below this area, once you get that quarterly or the yearly close, and then into the monthly, also monthly will bleed into the quarterly, bleeding into the 6 month, bleeding into the yearly, then it's going to be pretty obvious in hindsight that was that macro all-time high. And then from there you should see one of those 45% moves that you see usually, and that'll take you down to somewhere around that 3,000 level, maybe slightly below into the 29s. But on the low time frames, you're putting in some bullish divergences, so probably going to see a little bit of a move up from here to tag somewhere around that 48, maybe 4,900 region. Would expect a lower high in that region, right below that $5,000 area, and then from there, they expect to dump into that 4,000 to tap this current wick low, like a little bounce from that 4,000. It's also a psychological number, and then I'd expect it to go towards 3,000 from there. And the invalidation would simply just be taking out your current all-time highs, or getting a weekly close back over about 4,900. I think you're muted.
Who's muted?
Oh, never mind.
Who's muted? So 4,500 and then what? I'm sorry.
The for the upside around 48 to 49, and then the downside around 4,000 for the bounce, and then towards 3,000.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Before we go, because we're short on time, I got this one. 1 second. Alex, can you please do QQQ?
Yeah. Let me do that. The chart that goes up only. Yeah, what a beautiful chart here. Honestly, we literally had that perfect throwback in that $400 region. Just been going up ever since. The monthly, though, is still, in my opinion, more likely to give you a pullback. It doesn't mean a major top. Markets have been very high, especially like just the majors. So in this perspective, I see a higher high already formed. I see a monthly 5 reclaimed, and that could just be an easy target going into June, July. Any kind of move down to that monthly 5 or 9 will just kind of be the spot. You have seen that monthly 5 and 9 hold for multiple months. I mean, very easily look at the reclaim and then just look. Every major move was off the 5 and the 9, off the 5 and the 9, and off the 5 and the 9. It's not until you start actually closing consistently under your monthly 9 where you just play between the moving averages. So that's good to know here. And then off first glance too, you would just simply just draw another meme line here at your wick highs. And as long as you're staying above your previous wick highs, which were rejection, site rejection highs here. So, right, resistance flipping support, that's generally a continuation move. And you do see that you are pressing the top 38.2%. That is at $723.43. Unsure why price wouldn't just get to that point. But like I said, more likely, in my opinion, to see that, kind of pullback. So maybe, QQQ has a little more higher around $723 before actually finding that pullback. And then we'll see where actually this updates into June, because you do see that median's at 685, and then the bottom 38.2% at $647. So it's still showing very bullish bias, but maybe at minimum you'd get a pullback to just the monthly median. But I still think it's wise using the monthly 5 and 9. Now you're at the weekly extreme zone, and this weekly volatility setup did play out nicely. You actually get the 15% marked here. But now that's just towards the end of it, while also in the extreme. Also, you've had 3, 6. You're on the 7th week of just green up only. So almost just for 2 months, you've been going up only. Generally, that's a good environment for a higher low. Gets aggressive longs out of the market. If we actually do test that monthly moving average, just simply the 5, it would be an over 10% move down. So more than enough to get all the late longs out. Yeah, bi-weekly 88.3%. So still the extreme zone as well. We can go to the daily here. Yeah, look at that. Daily's just been holding the 5 since really April. So pretty easy chart. I mean, the daily, as long as you're holding above the 9, you're not going to play the moving average ranges down, right? You see the 21 is at $673. The 34 is at $656. But you can see, look at the ranges. It's not a daily. Like just the 21 would be 3.5%. And then the 34 would be another 2.4%. So even just respecting like, okay, daily EMA 9's loss, you're taking out May 15th wick low. This is now rejecting. That still could give you a 3% trade in this region. And then with what we know on the macro, right, we're in higher high posturing, pressing the extremes on BBWP, really close to the top 38.2% on the monthly. Most likely this is a good region to produce a higher low and also a throwback. Now, if you end up losing or even just getting back within this range here at 630. Let's see the higher at $635. That'll be my first big sign that we are about to move down on QQQ. A move down could easily be firstly to this wick low. We can even do it like this. To like this wick low. The big spot will be right here on this previous high. So then like the region here is like 542 to 560 if you end up losing that $635 region. Which again, that's just like playing basically the monthly moving average ranges. Where will you know like QQQ is really gonna essentially break out? Well, we already talked about that. Hold above $636 and you will be breaking out, going to new highs. How will you know you're going to break down? Once you lose 450, or simply take April low out. If you take April's low out, that's just the sign markets are massively about to break down hard, to a degree that we haven't really seen, because the implication would be, well, now you're under that weekly SMA 200 and you really haven't seen that loss since like 2008, which is interesting right here. But obviously with a $714 QQQ, that's obviously not more likely. That's why I do think we should respect bullish trend. We're in higher high posturing. That makes for an easy trade. Higher low, just have patience here. And I would absolutely not be long QQQ, even if it means it's going to go to the top 38.2% at like $723. Still could mean, you know, you go up like 1.2% more, but I really believe you're going to flush late longs here eventually. That could easily come into like June. We just kind of trade here until the close and then get the higher low. But as you've noticed, even in this very bullish environment, we do get higher lows, and those often come off the monthly 5. So no need to overcomplicate things.
All righty. You motherfucking boys are all set. Is there anything you'd like to add before you go? Seeing Bitcoin coming down?
For me, we did get the daily trend shift. So now we can easily afford a higher low. We can easily get a bounce. It's kind of what this bear market's been giving us. Immediate lower low breaks lead to immediate higher lower highs. But yeah, I'd just be watching that. As long as you're under daily SMA 200 on Bitcoin, you're going to be more likely to break down.
All right. For me, basically the same idea around that lower for that 77 to 76 region, and time to clench your cheeks around 76, lose that area, and then yeah, probably gonna visit somewhere around 69,000 for a little bounce, and then into the 60s, like 60,000 flat for a little bounce, and then into the 50s.
Yeah, I would expect this. If this just straight up doesn't hold, like you're saying, right? The 76,000, which is the EMA 100, that's really bad. I would think they're baiting longs right now. Like, what a great opportunity. It's coming down. I didn't buy this. We're going to 87. Capo told me that we're going to 92. Great news. I can't believe those idiots didn't buy. I buy. I think, oh, this is going to be great. Boom. Rejection off the channel. Go fuck yourself.
And that's
that might be more like it.
Yeah, I honestly like your scenario, because it's like now we're in bear control on daily, because that's been the thing. Daily trend. Well, that's shifted potentially. Let's produce a lower high, and I think that lower low break's just going to honestly be the big dump, because everyone's just convinced it's a shallow move. 78, 79's holding, barely breaking under 80. I think you're just going to get that one big flush on that lower low break.
Yeah, it would make sense. All righty, boys. Well, I'll see you tomorrow for class. Thank you so much for everything, and have a nice day, motherfuckers.
Yeah,
Muchas gracias. Hasta luego and buenas tardes, cabrones. Coach
Adiós,
Loco
cabrón.
signing out.
Peace out, boys.
Adiós. Thank you, Alex. Rápido, me preguntaste, ¿cómo se llama? Alguno de ustedes me preguntó acá, no estoy seguro quién fue, que porque está bajando antes de que firmen el Clarity Act no tiene que subir. Tío, si el principio del Clarity Act, el bajón, es por acá, tendría que bajar literalmente aquí para después subir. Si ahorita está bajando, no. Es lo que habíamos dicho antes. ¿Por qué? Porque nadie se va a meter en long. O sea, estoy seguro que sí habrá gente que lo vaya a hacer, ¿no? Pero técnicamente hablando, nadie se va a meter en un long en Bitcoin cuando, si imagínate que esta caída no pasa, olvídate de esto, y que solamente estés aquí. Nadie se va a meter. Te tienes que esperar a que haya una confirmación. Pero si ahorita te da el pullback que todo el mundo te ha dicho que te iba a dar para después ir para arriba, ahí es donde todo el mundo se está llenando de longs, aquí. Y ya después de toda esta acogida, ¿no? Y aquí es donde los mandas para arriba en el canal y vámonos a la verga. Entonces, no, esto va de acuerdo al plan, en realidad. Lo que esperaría es que mañana nos den un pump, sea arriba de esto o no arriba de eso. Y ahí es donde se acaba, cuando te dicen ya pasó. Y ahora, puede que lo hayan cerrado antes y puede que esto ya simplemente se caiga. Sí, si no aguantas estos 76, el promedio del 100 en la diaria. Ahí es donde si no aguantas, pues se acabó la fiesta y todo el mundo se quedó viendo para arriba y no pasó. Cosas que me hacen pensar eso. Strategy. Strategy tiene un alto más alto en la diaria acá, cuando tiene en el RSI un alto más alto acá, divergencia bajista. Y además tocó justo el objetivo y de este objetivo está cayendo. Entonces yo esperaría que Strategy me hubiera dado mínimo esta gran parte de acá. Nel. Coinbase, lo mismo, tío. El alto más alto de Coinbase es acá, en el RSI está acá. Eso quiere decir divergencia bajista y simplemente está rechazándote el promedio del 100 en Coinbase y vas para abajo. Bitcoin, lo mismo. Entonces, no la compliques. No la compliques mucho. No, es lo que es. Solana está débil, está cayendo en mi línea amarilla meme acá, que es esencial. Eso quiere decir que Solana, siempre y cuando no aguante la zona de los 88, va a regresar a los 84 y de ahí probablemente perderlos y revisitar esos 69. Esa sería la cosa en los Solamis. ¿Qué más tenemos? Es nada más eso, honestamente. Y ahorita esto debería estar pompeando con el dólar, el peso dólar, perdiendo debilidad del dólar en contra del peso. Bitcoin debería estar más arriba, no abajo. Eso es algo sospechoso. Circle, para los que se preguntan, Circle, si lo ves en la semanal, te quita el ruido. Puedes ver que acá rechazo, hiciste un alto más alto. Normalmente, ¿qué pasa antes de bajar? En cripto, un alto más alto para después llevarte para abajo. Yo hubiera esperado, me gustaría ver 146 para el corto en Circle, que puedes hacerle en Blofin, pero eso tiene que ocurrir. Tienes que darme los 146. No me voy a meter aquí. Aquí ya estás calientito para bajar. Y ahora, para los que se preguntan y se preocupan, ¿no? Güey, pero ¿qué tal si Circle se nos va? Ve dónde está Coinbase, tío. Tranquilo. Coinbase hace más dinero de Circle que Circle. Entonces, si tienes FOMO, solamente entiende que puedes poner más dinero en Coinbase. Pero, güey, no estoy diversificado. Cada quien hace lo que gusta con su vida, pero eso es como yo lo veo. Si de todas maneras estás como loco con esto y compraste Bitcoin en los 117, buena salida. Acá te reventaste un 60% en el pompazo. Estaba viendo QQQ, que era la pregunta. Güey, QQQ, estas tablas que están en altos históricos, bastante difíciles de leer. Cuando volteas a ver la tabla en altas temporalidades, tienes todas estas divergencias bajistas, pero estás en altos históricos. ¿Cuándo le vas a hacer un corto a esto? Nel. ¿Quieres entrar en long en esta chingadera? Es lo que más sentido tendría. Pero no meterte en hacerle corto. ¿Cuándo entras en long? Cuando regresas al promedio del 5 en la trimestral, que está en los 611. Y ahora eso tiene que aguantar. Obviamente tu invalidación sería este mínimo de acá en los 572. Pero esto se ve peligrosón. Pero y esto no tiene por qué parar hasta que se les hinchen los huevos, ¿no? Que es por eso que las tablas a veces no tienen sentido cuando empiezas a ver el RSI, volatilidad, etcétera, en algo que está en altos históricos o bajos históricos, porque simplemente se dan la vuelta de la nada y no te das cuenta. Es parte del juego. Cuando peor se ve algo, es cuando ya tocó fondo. Cuando mejor se ve algo, es cuando literalmente está tocando el techo. Entonces es muy difícil atinarle, pero lo único que tienes que hacer es, Si no quieres jugar los 611, puedes jugar algo más tranquilo acá en los 637 en el promedio del 5 mensual y el promedio del 9 mensual, que están muy cerca unos del otros. En la mensual tienes estas mismas divergencias bajistas, efectivamente, que puede todavía romperlas, ¿no? Este movimiento continúa para arriba en el RSI y eso te eliminaría, pues, esto del mapa y continúas para arriba haciendo alto, un alto más alto y pues este sería un alto más alto si es que se da. Pero hasta ahorita no lo estás haciendo. Entonces, para hacer un long, básicamente, pues agresivo, esta parte, el promedio del 5 en los 6.37 mensual, el promedio del 9 en los 6.26 y te quieres ver más elegante, tienes aquí el promedio del 5 en esta línea morada, básicamente, bueno, en los 611 o el promedio del 9 aquí abajo en los 563. El peor de esto es que si llegas aquí abajo, estarías rompiendo un poco, parecería que estarías rompiendo la tendencia alcista y esta vela muy probablemente sería una vela envolvente bajista. Y ahí es donde te harías preguntarte cosas, pero siempre es muy difícil. Es igual de difícil tradear un tope que un fondo. Es igual de difícil. Igual de difícil. ¿Cuál era la otra que habían preguntado? La del oro. Dame un segundo. El oro es más fácil. En la de 6 meses tienes un poco de lo mismo con el oro, donde tienes una posibilidad de estas divergencias bajistas, tienes una vela topera. Si lo pones en la anual, o y dale un beso en el anual, se ve todavía más, ¿no? Donde este alto es mucho más alto que este y este que este. Pero esto va a tomar literalmente falta de aquí a fin de año. ¿Qué es lo que estamos esperando a corto plazo en el oro? Sencillo, estás corrigiendo, vas a corregir probablemente a la zona de los 4,000. Estos 4,000, que es más o menos aquí, esta línea. Te debería dar un rebote por ahí de 4,800, que es el promedio del 5, donde esté, o 4,700, y de ahí continuar tu caída a la zona de los 3,000, más o menos acá donde está tu promedio del 55, que es donde ha ajustado normalmente, por ejemplo, en el 2022, para que no se pongan locas las personas que tienen oro. Y es como debería ser, básicamente. Entonces, aquí puedes jugar al corto con una... El pedo es que está lejos, ¿no? La invalidación, vamos a ver. En realidad no tanto, es un 5%. Si le pones 3, un 3X y una posición pequeña, valdría la pena ver. Pero también te puedes esperar a regresar al promedio del 9, del 5 mensual, que está aquí. No se lleva este tope y puedes invalidarlo acá, donde la invalidación es mucho más corta. Pero agarrarlo en long lo agarraría simplemente en esta zona de intercambio de acá, que en la de 2, en la semanal se va a ver más clara. Puedes ver el porqué. Todo esto. Así de fácil, tío. Y también tienes divergencias bajistas en la semanal. Entonces sí, y además el promedio del 9 está justamente arriba de esto. Está cerca del corto y aquí vas para abajo a esta zona de 3,000, de 4,000. 4,000 debería de rebotar probablemente un poco más abajo de donde estás ahorita y continuar para abajo después. Es lo que tiene cara el oro. RTX. ¿Qué era RTX? Tienes tu rechazo bajista por acá. Simplemente, me lo llevo a la diaria. Acá puedes apostar a dos cosas en la diaria, bastante fácil. Una, corto en el SMA 200, que es esta línea que viene de acá, aquí arriba en los 179, o una vez que lo retome, suba y vuelva a bajar, en los 180 es tu long. Cualquiera de esas dos funcionaría. Yo creo que va más para abajo porque literalmente tienes un cruce plateado acá en la diaria, la semanal no debería estar ahí, pero la semanal tienes el 9 y el 21 cambiando de lugar y justamente está siendo rechazado por el promedio del 5. Acá, exactamente. Entonces, en la diaria, simplemente verlo. Déjame ver el 200. El 12 horas. Y es que veniste a hacer este bajo, alto, un bajo más bajo, un alto más alto. Si aguantas acá en el promedio del 9, deberías de subir más para rechazar en el 21. Yo entraría en corto en los 180. Acá, 180 es lo que tiene cara de poder ser el rechazo. La volatilidad no te sirvió para nada. La diaria es tu más fácil gauge de todas. SMA 200, por abajo, ahí es donde haces corto, por encima es donde haces long, acá en la zona de los 180. Punto. Ahorita estás en medio de todo. ¿Qué más? ¿Qué es BNO? Brent Oil Fund tiene que estar arriba, sí. Nada mal. Para invertir, no quieres invertir aquí, quieres esperarte a mínimo un retesteo de esta zona, de los 45. Es la trimestral, la mensual que me cuenta lo mismito, que me cuenta la de 2 semanas. Lo mismito, aunque ya vino y tocaste esto. Yo diría que el promedio del 9, cada que vengas en la de 2 semanas al promedio del 9 es donde vas a ganar. Para mucha gente que está preguntando que si el petróleo y la energía va a bajar ya y que están diciendo que lo van a comprar en otra moneda y la verga, esas son pendejadas. Pendejadas. El productor de petróleo y exportador de petróleo y de gas natural y de energía total más grande del planeta se llama Estados Unidos de Norteamérica. Estados Unidos no te va a comprar, no te va a vender su petróleo en Bitcoin, te lo va a vender en dólares. Esto ya lo expliqué. Aquí lo que yo haría es en la de 2 semanas, cada que venga el promedio del 9, ahí lo usaría como oportunidad para hacerle long a esto. No estaría fuera de razón hacer eso. Que está en 46 en vez de 45, que es esta línea meme. Ya se está dando la vuelta a Open Door, que era el misterio de todo, ¿no? De cómo vergas. Ya perdiste el promedio del 9, vas para abajo. Esto es la de 2 semanas, la mensual. ¿Qué te cuenta? Perdiste el promedio del 9. Esto se ve más bajista que alcista. Inversión a largo plazo, tienes que regresar y aguantar esta línea meme. Aquí, en los $2.40. Y si pierdes los $2.40, va a ser un nuevo mínimo. Para mí no tiene sentido que a Open Door le esté yendo bien. Nada. Es que no hay datos. Es el pedo. Un S&P del 55, del 34. Si no puedes retomar el 485, retomando la zona de los 485 para arriba, ahí es donde quieres hacer long. Pero si la puedes retomar acá, te quedaste por arriba, la perdiste. Arriba, la perdiste. Si no puedes retomar la zona de los 485, yo diría los $5 planos, no te metes en esto porque esto va a caer. Y si cae y no aguanta los 250 y cae más, vas a ver nuevos mínimos. Es que no hay mucha información en esta tabla, tío. Y ahora tienes volatilidad expandiendo en la diaria con la caída. Va para abajo. Lo único que tienes que hacer es llevarte este mínimo para confirmar los 411. Y el pedo es, el corto lo tenías acá en el retesteo de esto. Pero estás buscando inversión a largo plazo. Inversión a largo plazo es sencilla. Viendo la mensual, arriba de 5, cerrar por encima de 5 dos meses seguidos. Y perder los 250 te diría que vas a hacer un nuevo mínimo. Esto sería un pump de salida, ¿ok? Esto es el equivalente a esto. BlackBerry. ¿Ves cómo llegó de fondo en marzo, el 20 de marzo, hasta acá arriba, el S&P 200, y después continuó cayendo y luego hizo un nuevo fondo y ahorita lo va a volver a hacer otra vez? Eso es lo que hizo ahorita Open Door. Bloques sin decisión pura y dura, con divergencias mensuales tremendas bajistas. Uf. Ah, no, pero esto sí es el tope. Es que hay muy pocos datos de Block. Pero Block sí literalmente tiene divergencia del 18 hasta acá para abajo. Tienes cruce plateado a la baja. Estás por encima ahorita del promedio del 9, pero por debajo del 34, haciendo una vela topera. Esto úsalo así. Tienes un canal paralelo aquí, básicamente. Justo. Por debajo del promedio del 100 en la de 2 semanas, bajista. Si quieres invertir en esto, espérate que tome una vez más el promedio del 100, que es la media de este canal, venga a retestearlo y vayas para arriba. Y tienes que obviamente primero llevarte los 82.24, después acá los $100 para continuar. Pero esto no se ve nada alcista, tío. Nada. Y si rompes esto a la baja, esto es un hombro, cabeza, hombro a la baja y sería enorme. Básicamente te llevaría por ahí de los $30, $20. No hay divergencias alcistas. Sí. Hay divergencia bajista en la diaria. La semanal, ¿cuál es la que tenía? ¿La de 2 semanas? Sí. La de 2 semanas tiene la mejor vista. El promedio del 100 en la de 2 semanas ha sido que es esta línea roja, ha sido tu rechazo. Y puedes ver que acá mínimo pudiste hacerle un SFP. Acá no pudiste superarlo. Y acá literalmente solo lo tocaste una vez y tal vez ya caigas. Pierde los $66 en block y vas a ver la parte baja del canal mínimo en 51. Y probablemente ahí quieras hacer un long y ver si este mínimo te puede ayudar para acompañarte para arriba. Pero si te llevas este mínimo, vas mucho más para abajo, probablemente estos $32. Eso es block. No tiene volatilidad a punto de expandir en la mensual. Volatilidad a punto de expandir en la mensual es cuando se voltea al 15%. ¿Qué es tu pregunta ahí? No tienes eso. La plata debería llegar a los $92 y ahí podría rechazar. Y la plata también tiene divergencias bajistas en la diaria y atrás. Uf, también en la semanal. Si vengo yo con un long ya de acá, no sé, yo tal vez me saldría de la plata, pero $92 podría ser tu prox. El pedo es que tienes esto. No sé por qué tengo ese número. $90 planos debería de ser lo que tal vez pase o tal vez no. Si llegas a tocar 90, yo personalmente me saldría de esto. Siguiente objetivo serían los 92, pero tienes divergencias bajistas en la semanal. También en la de 2 semanas. Sí. Solamente porque tienes volatilidad todavía recorriendo acá, yo me quedaría con el long. Intentaría buscar los 92, entre 90 y 92. Más allá de eso, no sé qué tanto futuro le veo a esto. A corto plazo, por supuesto. No, tu invalidación de Tesla sería esta. No sería all time high, sería 473. Si llegas a 460 y revienta los 473, probablemente vengas a retestear 489. Tal vez no hagas un all time high, pero esta es una invalidación perfecta, en mi punto de vista, que es este tope de acá. Es más, sí, yo sería este tope. Te puedo hacer la gatada de subir al fondo de esta vela, pero quién sabe por qué esté pompeando Lucid 11% hoy. Volatilidad quiere darse la vuelta para arriba. Habíamos tenido probablemente por esta divergencia semanal alcista. Este fue el pedo de Lucid, ¿no? Tienes esto acá y esto acá. El precio acá estaba en como 90, $80 y aquí estás en $6. No existe nada de eso. Sí, si ahorita agarras el corto de Tesla, sí te va a dar un buen movimiento a la baja. No sé si a los 300, pero solamente tenemos que seguir lo que están poniendo. Coinbase. Coinbase debería ser lo más premiado por él. Está muy chistoso de verdad como nadie entiende nada. Todo el mundo nada más lo único que hacen es seguir las noticias, ¿no? Es todo. Vale. Pues ahí lo tienen. Básicamente eso es todo. Ya les expliqué por qué la burbuja de la inteligencia artificial es tan mencionada por todos sus pacos favoritos. Les mencioné en que estamos, porque es importante invertir en cosas que van a futuro, que están cambiando industrias y paradigmas. No puedes invertir en empresas viejas. Se los demostré BlackBerry, se los demuestro PayPal, se los demuestro Nike. Todo está abajo, todo está muy abajo, menos 3, 4, 5, o sea, pocas cosas y AI, y eso es lo que tienen que entender todavía. No hay nada que haya cambiado todavía. El paradigma financiero, todo el mundo está en la mierda, solamente piensa en eso. Todo el mundo está en la mierda financieramente hablando, y a cierto punto, el que no estén gastando, el que sus empresas les esté yendo de la verga, va a hacer que todo caiga. No tiene todo que pasar rápido. Y lo más cabrón de todo es que todas estas empresas tienen mucho camino para caer. Podemos ver rebotes en el camino para arriba que sean sustanciales, pero ahorita no hay nada que me diga, güey, algo va a cambiar. Nada. Güey, pues que el mundial, no sé qué, o sea, puede que el mundial simplemente retenga un poco el gasto, pero no cancela recesiones. No, lo hemos visto en Sudáfrica, lo hemos visto en Japón, lo hemos visto 1,000,000 de veces. Lo único que el mundial haría es simplemente de ladito, ¿no? Eso es para lo que tiene fuerza. Y el mundial no tiene nada que ver con Bitcoin, a menos de que te digan que ahora todos los boletos te los van a vender en Bitcoin, ¿no? O estaba como el petróleo, bro. Oye, yo leí en Twitter de una cuenta muy credible. ¿Cómo se dice? Credible. De una cuenta con mucho respeto, que nadie sabe quién es el güey, pero bueno, tiene una caricatura muy padre de un pingüino y dice que solamente van a aceptar Bitcoin como pago por el canal de Hummus, ¿no? Que bueno, no hay nada más por aquí. Todo continúa tal cual. Estamos esperando. Y una vez más, puede que estemos equivocados, ¿no? Con lo del Clarity Act. Esperaríamos ya ver los movimientos que platicamos y vamos a saber si esto va para arriba y consolidamos por encima de los niveles que platicamos ahorita, después de lo del Clarity Act. Bien, güey, vamos, nuestras apuestas en long, vámonos para arriba con todo. Me acabo de dar cuenta que movieron mis juguetes. Pero si no, el plan sigue como tiene que seguir, que Bitcoin sigue haciendo lo que siempre hace, idéntico. Todavía no me haces cambiar de opinión. Y es lo que les digo. El pedo es, ¿cómo vas a caer? ¿Cómo va a caer todo el mundo en lo mismo que pasa cada 4 años si no de verdad te hacen creer que todo ha cambiado cada 4 años? En el tope, la gente que decía, este es el superciclo, esta vez es diferente. ¿Cómo van esos güeyes? Y ahorita la gente que está ahorita diciendo eso probablemente vayan a acabar acompañando a la gente que lo dijo en el tope, que probablemente sean las mismas personas. Y una vez más, la posibilidad de que esta no sea la caída fuerte y solamente sea una caída dura, normal de cada ciclo de 4 años, y después tengas un pump y te haga pensar que, ok, ya se acabó todo y te lleve la verga, eso es muy posible. Eso todavía está muy en juego. Y la razón por qué eso estaría en juego, y a lo que me refiero es técnicamente hablando, o sea, con un ejemplo, que lleguemos, octubre sea el fondo de cripto, el fondo de la bolsa, subamos 2027 a verano, octubre del 2027, cabrón, regresemos a altos históricos o probablemente lo rompamos en todo, y ahí a la verga podría darse. Pero también puede darse que este sea el putazo para abajo, muy cabrón. Vamos a ver cómo se da, y se los digo, la razón por la que tarda esto es por lo de las casas. El día que les den permiso de notar que las casas, el mercado inmobiliario está en la mierda, ¿no han notado que dejaron de hablar del mercado en la mierda de bienes raíces de Estados Unidos comercial? ¿Quién lo ha notado? ¿Por qué? ¿Creen que ustedes creen que el mercado de bienes raíces comercial en Estados Unidos se levantó? Simplemente te están intentando dejar de meter miedo ahorita para que estés todo, güey, ve qué alcista. Fue Jensen Huang e Elon Musk a ver a los chinos y la verga, que son súper enemigos, pero ahí fueron. Tranquilos. Paciencia paga mejor y más que todo. Y no le hagas caso a cuentas de X que no sabes quién es el güey. Y si estás viendo un Paco que te repite la burbuja de la inteligencia artificial, las CBDCs, todos los headlines de las noticias, date cuenta que les están vendiendo esos pensamientos, no son de ellos, ninguno de ellos piensa por sí mismo. ¿ok? Mejor equivocarte aventándote unas buenas chaquetas mentales que siendo influido por los demás. Eso es de verdad lo que yo creo. Pues vamos a ver, vamos a ver. Y otra cosa que les quiero también dejar es esta. El VIX. La mejor oportunidad de compra en el VIX es cuando pasamos esta línea de los 50. Todavía no llegas a nada. Esto fue el fondo de los aranceles. Esto fue el fondo del carry trade, ¿no? Esto fue el fondo de COVID. Esto fue el fondo del 2018. Esto fue lo del 2015. Esta fue la del 2008. ¿Ok? Vean la del 2008. Todavía no llegas ahí. Ya, parece que ya acabó todo, pero sigues en un macrociclo económico de 4 años, 8 años, lo que quieras ponerle tú ahí, ¿no? Todavía no se acaba. Entonces, paciencia es lo que va a pagarte, ¿ok? Es todo lo que tengo para ustedes. Les mando un abrazo, pórtense bien y nos vemos en la próxima, tíos. ¡Ah, las CBDCs te van a violar y a tu hermana!